Is thankfully a bit of relief. 30 degrees the current weather here at Melbourne Park at Rod Laver Arena tonight for what should be a great match, the second of the semi-finals, to see who will meet Roger Federer in the final on Sunday here at Melbourne Park. So it's going to be the #1 player in the world, the #1 seed, Rafael Nadal, going in against the 14th seeded Fernando Verdasco of Spain, the first all-Spanish semi-final in Australia, only the fourth in the Open era. They're very good friends, but of course that will be cast aside tonight. Fernando Verdasco, there's his path through, having beaten class players in Stepanek, the 22 seed, Murray, the #4 seed, and Tsonga, the #5 seed, to get through. He has spent 13 hours and 41 minutes on court so far, and it was this match against Andy Murray where things were not looking all that good early on. Murray taking the first set 6-2. Verdasco then was able to make a real impression, taking the second 6-1. Murray got on top again in the third, but then Verdasco was hitting winners from everywhere in the fourth, and by the time Murray tried to get things going again in the fifth set, the bird had flown. Verdasco was really flying and confident, hitting winners from all parts of the court, and it took just over 3 hours to do it. Fernando Verdasco defeating Andy Murray in the round of 16. 5. Is it going to be 7 wins at the end of this fortnight for Fernando Verdasco? So that was a terrific win for him. And then he came up against the flair and the power of Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, last year's finalist, the #5 seed. And yet again, Tsonga not quite at the top of his game, but he has a habit of being able to just cruise beneath the radar. This wasn't the case the other day against Verdasco. And it was a 4-set victory to the Spaniard over Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, last year's finalist, bowing out. So that is the way that Fernando Verdasco has progressed to tonight's semi-final. Rafael Nadal, well, the professional he is, he was out there in the hottest part of the day going through the routine. That's what makes him great. That's what makes him the #1 player in the world and contributes to his almost $21 million in career earnings. He's been in absolutely magnificent form so far in this fortnight, trying to keep cool while he's made his opponents get pretty hot under the collar all the way. From the moment that he beat Christoph Rokas in the first round, love 2-2. He was absolutely unbelievable against Tommy Haas in round 3. 53 winners, 8 unforced errors. He blunted the power of Fernando Gonzalez, and then he went on to beat Gilles Simon, the Frenchman, in the quarter-final. And the performance against Gonzalez was full of merit. That big forehand of Fernando Gonzalez that took him all the way to the final here a couple of years ago just wasn't a factor. And despite the fact that Nadal did, as he often does, plays beyond the baseline, he was just too good, too powerful, and thinking too quickly for Gonzalez, who was in reasonable touch. He was able to just take a couple of games off Nadal, but really the match was never in doubt.
Up first seeded 14 for Spain, Fernando Verdasco. Fernando, what a great tournament. You've beaten Murray, now Tsonga. You must be super confident
to get over the top of Gonzalez.
Yeah, I'm feeling so happy, you know, for first time being semi-finals and beating that.
And so another win to Rafa.
You know, I'm enjoying the moment, and I will try to keep
6-3, 6-2, 6-4. As you heard, the number 13 seed
and his
went
opponent,
out.
world #1.
And then Nadal
and the #1 seed
was
here
to come up against
in Melbourne, Rafael Nadal.
one of the emerging talents in
it's
tennis,
the one Grand Slam that
Gilles
has
Simon,
eluded him
the
so
Frenchman,
far, but here he is in a semi-final.
And from the word go,
and Rafa
Nadal
all the way right through to a
match.
semi-final, straight sets every round. You're in great shape.
With winners
I
like
hope
that,
so. No, but today going to be a
he was
very
in
tough match.
superb touch in the
Fernando's
first set,
playing very
6-2.
well.
Simon made more of a contest of it in the second and third sets, 7-5, 7-5, but Rafa simply too good.
I hope to play my best tennis and try to win.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And believe it or not, it wasn't quite over yet, because there was actually a challenge on match point from Gilles Simon, which is why they didn't shake hands immediately at the net. but it only delayed the inevitable for a few seconds. Even Carlos Bernardes in the chair could manage a smile. But it was Nadal 6-2, 7-5, 7-5 to get through to another Grand Slam semi-final and to look at a crack at his first Australian Open crown. So that's the way they've got there. They've arrived at this point tonight. And what a battle it's going to be between these two very good friends, the two Spaniards, the #1 seed Rafael Nadal and the #14 seed in Fernando Verdasco. And they make their way along the tunnel through the Avenue of Champions. What a moment for Verdasco.
Men's singles action in the semi-finals of the Australian
Crowd
Open.
expectant, waiting for the arrival of the players at Rod Laver Arena. And now Verdasco coming out for his biggest moment so far in Grand Slam tennis. He'd reached the fourth round four times before, but this man has been there and knows what it's all about. He's there, Dal, and he's just about everyone's Dal who loves the sport of tennis. He, at his best, seems untouchable at the moment. Can he win through to the Grand Slam final to meet Roger Federer here at Melbourne Park on Sunday night and to set up what should be another epic? Of course, they played one of the great Wimbledon finals of all time in 2008, and I think a lot of people expecting that we might have a reprise of that come Sunday night. I'm delighted to say that joining me in the commentary box is Fred Stolle, a big build-up, Fred, but this man, Fernando Verdasco, has got a few things going against him, none the least of which is his good friend on the other side of the net.
Yes, most definitely. I think there, Peter, that in my mind is the toughest situation. He hasn't not beaten Nadal in 6 attempts, but you can throw a lot of those out the window. The closest he's come, strangely enough, was on grass in 2006 at Queen's, Verdasco, and his game suited at grass. He moves the ball around a lot, but he's come a long way in the last 6 months, really. Everybody's talking about the hairstyle. He plays 5 sets and that hair doesn't move. He's got to put a lot of gel on that stuff there, but he needs more than gel tonight. I think one of the big things for me against Nadal, Nadal won the French 4 years ago, and at that stage I assumed that he would have been Fernando Verdasco's idol. And he looked up to him, and he's played on the Davis Cup team. They're good friends. But when you get there and you play against your idol, I think that is a tough ask for somebody to come in here and expect to go through and beat Nadal. But I think it could be a 4-set match. I hope it is an entertaining one. But I think the Australian public and the tennis fans out here in Australia will get what they want eventually, and that is a Nadal-Federer final here on Sunday.
And if we do get to that, the form that the respective players have been in, I would be surprised if the bookmakers don't frame a market to have Nadal favourite going into Sunday night.
It'll be interesting because the interesting thing here, look at Nadal there, he's so meticulous, and they've called time, the chair umpires out there and waiting for the players to get up there, but Nadal will not move until he goes through his routine, and Verdasco's probably aware of that fact that he has to go and do a few things, but strangely enough, Verdasco's 3 years older than Nadal, and you know, he's been around for a while. There was great expectations for Verdasco when he was a youngster, when he was a junior. But in those days, he didn't have a real big heart. He used to get out there and the book on him at those days. If you could stay with him and hang in there, then he would go away. But that has changed since he's been working with Bill Reyes. He's very, very fit.
All right, would you guys mind posing for a few pictures first? Some pictures facing that way.
Chuck down to the man in charge. They'll capture the moment for posterity. The two good friends, the two Spaniards, a history-making moment.
Thanks, guys. Everything's the same as your previous matches. Any questions? Any questions? Fernando? Heads? It is heads? Serve? Set.
Fernando Verdasco then to begin. And as Fred said, 3 years older, 25 years of age, Fernando Verdasco, compared to the 22-year-old Rafael Nadal. Their respective heights, Verdasco is actually an inch taller, 3 centimetres taller, at 6'2". And of course they were brothers in arms as they helped Spain to the Davis Cup win over Argentina. It was Verdasco who actually was the man who clinched the crucial 4th rubber against Jose Acasuso.
That was destiny, wasn't it? That was funny because it was Nadal who had played his team right through to the finals and so desperately wanted to play in the final of the Davis Cup, couldn't. So who took his place? A miniature Nadal by the name of Fernando Verdasco. They won the doubles, were not expected to win the doubles. They came through, he and Feliciano Lopez. They won the doubles, and then he went on and he was down in the fifth and final match as we look at Verdasco's bio, and came back and won it in 5 to give Spain the victory.
This year, Fernando Verdasco, as we saw, won at Umag. He defeated Andreev in the final, runner-up at Nottingham, where he lost to Karlovic. 3 semi-finals, 3 quarter-finals. Finished top 20 for the first time. He led the tour in first serve percentage last year. 73% of first serves. Now, that's pretty good in a match. To do that across a year is outstanding.
It is outstanding performance, yeah. And you see the similarities just in the warm-up here. Both got pretty much the same takeaway on the forehand wing, and Verdasco now hitting with a little more topspin than he did a few years ago, and I'm sure that's trying to emulate his friend up there for the ability that this fella has. A lot of the women around not too happy with Nadal because he's not showing those biceps. He's got sleeves on those shirts, so that disappointed a few of the ladies.
And one bloke who was here the other night too, who held up a sign, "Bring back the sleeveless," so he wanted to see it as well. $6.77 million last year, up around the $21 million in career earnings. And what a year it was, of course. The French Open Championship, the Wimbledon Championship in that epic match. He's the reigning Olympic champion as well, the gold medalist, semi-finalist at Australia and the US Open. He reached the semi-finals of all 4 Grand Slams in 2008. He's a 5-time Grand Slam champion, having won 4 French Opens and Wimbledon last year. He won his first ATP match in his hometown Mallorca, aged 15 years and 10 months. And about 6 or 7 years down the track, he's proven to be one of the great players.
And on top of that, the first player ever to go through and win the French, then Queens, and then Wimbledon. And for me, that was an unbelievable performance, because after the French, he had to celebrate, and then he had to have the mandatory photos taken around the Eiffel Tower the next day. He got on a train, went over to London, practiced that afternoon, first time on grass, played his first match the next day, went through and beat the likes of Roddick and those players to win the title, and then the rest is history. The greatest match I've ever called at Wimbledon was the final, 4 3/4 hours of just absolutely magnificent play from both ends of the court, and we hope, if Nadal gets through here, that the Australian public are going to see all that live here on Sunday.
I think it'll go down almost beyond a great tennis match too, Fred. It'll go down as one of the great sporting events. 2 great players on the biggest stage. It was just spine-tingling stuff.
To me, it was interesting because it was Federer took on Nadal on his home court, his living room court, which happened to be Roland Garros, and Federer came very close. Nadal wins, and then 2 weeks later, it is Nadal who takes on Federer and Federer is very disappointed because that was his living room. Wimbledon, 5 years in a row he'd won it, and then for Nadal to get through and take that title. I found it interesting. Uncle Tony, the coach, said, well, it's amazing he's won 4 French titles, and this was the first Wimbledon, but by the time he was a kid, the event he wanted to win was Wimbledon, and that goes with all players. Wimbledon is the be-all and end-all of what we strive for as a tennis player, and he comes through and did that.
There's the road to the semi-finals. The respective court times, as we mentioned, Verdasco, 13 hours and 41 minutes. Nadal, 9 hours and 21 minutes. So there's more than 4 hours difference. Does that make a difference one way or the other, do you feel?
I don't think so, not in this situation. Semi-final, the one big difference is that Nadal hasn't dropped a set. He hasn't looked like dropping a set in the entire tournament. That's not good news for Verdasco. The other thing is that doesn't bode well for Verdasco is the fact that Nadal is on a 16-match winning streak against Lebanese. So the last left-hander to beat him was Feliciano Lopez,
He is also the reigning
that was way back in
Wimbledon men's singles
2003
champion.
in Basel.
He made his Grand Slam debut in
This is actually
2003
the first
at the Wimbledon
all-lefty
Championship.
Grand Slam
Last year, he
semi-final
won Masters
since
events in Monte Carlo, in
1992.
Hamburg and Toronto,
Peter Corder
and tournaments in
on the
Barcelona
court.
and Queens.
So it's been a while between drinks before we've seen the two lefties out there. And Fred, you were talking about the fact that they play a similar game, use a lot of
He has
topspin.
31 career singles
So you wouldn't
titles
expect to see the net hit
He is the
too
top
often
seed here
tonight.
in
But both of these players, the way they play,
He
almost
is
take the
the
net out of
world
play
number
to a
one.
degree.
Again, in the
Return
semi-final.
a little
From
bit of
Spain,
air.
let's welcome
Load
Rafael
it
Nadal.
high, they get it over the net, and with the vicious topspin, it drops in. And you're going to see a lot of those forehands.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the chair has been the singles semi-final champ on this Friday night. We welcome from the United States of America, Mr. Jake Garner.
And then one or the other will try and change direction and flatten that ball out down the line.
Is there a flaw in Nadal's game if you were going to go up to Fernando Verdasco now in the last couple of minutes before the match gets underway and whisper something in his ear, something you want him to exploit? Is there something?
I don't think there is too much for a left-hander, as you mentioned. I've said just he's won the last 16 matches. But for right-handers, I believe that you've got to play him the way Zonga played him last year, and that was to serve. You have to serve very well, but serve out wide to that backhand on the deuce court, and then get in and take your licks and go for that big forehand into the forehand corner. He does not like being attacked and hurried in that forehand corner. But for a lefty, that's tough to do because he's got to hit that serve, that off serve to the ad court, to the deuce court. And he can serve the one into the body. That's a good serve. Serve it into the body, down the middle here, into the body. Both players have that delivery as well.
You said before the crowd would look for 4 sets to get a bit of value for money. Do you think they'll get 4?
Personally, no. But
1 minute.
I just hope that they do. I think it should be but you build up a lot of these matches, and sometimes I don't think that's going to be the case tonight because Verdasco is playing with a lot of confidence, and I think it's going to be a terrific match. But again, it's like the match last night where Roddick played exceptionally well, I thought, but he was up against a fella that was just magic in Roger Federer last night, and as tough as Roddick played and as well as he played, he never got a mention. It was in straight sets.
And I spoke about Melbourne's weather at the
Ladies and
start
gentlemen, Fernando Verdasco
of
won the
our
toss
coverage
and
of the
chose to
semi-final. Have you ever known a streak of weather like this in Melbourne?
Not in Melbourne. Well, you live here. It changes every 2 or 3 hours down here, but it hasn't changed here for 3 or 4 days. And I have some friends that came over from America, and they've been down there touring around Tasmania, and they're over New Zealand. They flew in from Launceston, and they could not believe the weather when they got here. And I said, well, you just got to wait until summer comes, and then you'll know how hot. And they said, what do you mean? You mean it gets hotter than this? So, just joking, of course, but no, this has been extraordinary for this time of the year in Melbourne. But we've been very fortunate, Pete. We haven't had any rain.
Not one drop.
No.
No, for the entire 12 days so far.
Not good for the Gardens, but for the Australian Open, they've broken every record, I think, as far as, well, records around the Grand Slams have been broken twice on a daily basis with the attendance figures. But I'll be interested to see overall at the end of the championships whether they break last year's record.
I think probably figures would be very much down yesterday because of the extreme heat. So it may keep the numbers down a little bit, but it has been an extraordinarily successful championship again. And we've already discussed the possibility that it may move, that it has been mooted now for a few years, but the players would probably like it.
Move the dates?
Yeah.
No, not a chance.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem as though it would be worth moving because it's so successful, it's doing so well, and also if you move it, you take away the young people who are able to get here during the school holidays in Australia.
Well, that's one of the big reasons, because they couldn't get any ball kids because the kids would be in school, plus the fact they couldn't get a lot of the volunteers. A lot of the volunteers that come out here, and there are hundreds of them, are school teachers and people that take their vacation at this time of the year. But the main reason the players want it is because the tournaments coming in here are very lucrative, and they're basically one tournament and one's an exhibition, and it really doesn't give them a lot of time when they come down here to prepare for a Grand Slam. They want more time, but you can't have it both ways. Either, when they take the big money up there, and then they want to come down here and push the tournament back a couple of weeks. Well, that, my friends, is not going to happen. Not going to happen.
Well, both Fernando and Rafa pushing things a little bit there. Jake Garner called time some little while ago, but now they've been through their routine. And so they're warmed up and they're ready to go to see who is going to meet Roger Federer in the Australian Open final.
Well, we timed this the other night when Nadal called time, when the umpire called time, and it was 2 minutes from the time he called time to the time Nadal was ready to play. And because he went and took more serves, and so we'll see how we go tonight. I don't know how long we've been going for, but 2 minutes, that's what they try to call this to speed things up. A lot of the players now, but Nadal has a routine to go through, and he doesn't change. He doesn't care what they call. He's going to go back there, sit there, and do what he needs to do in his mind before he gets onto the court. You can see him down there now. He's taking sips. Verdasco's ready to go. He will not change. Yeah, now he's off.
So will Rafael Nadal do as everyone's expected for probably the duration of these championships, make it through to the last two on Sunday against Roger Federer? Fernando Verdasco facing his biggest moment in tennis right here at Melbourne Park in the second semi-final at the Australian Open.
Love 15.
Now that shot there, first shot of the match, is also the favourite shot from Nadal. He gets into that corner and he whacks that off forehand. On that occasion, Verdasco, with not much topspin on it, couldn't make it work.
All.
Nadal will be toey, no matter how many times you've been in this circumstance. The butterflies will still be there, but Verdasco's heart, Fred, I reckon would probably be resembling bongo drums at the moment.
Yes, most definitely. He's played in front of some big crowds in Davis Cup and other events, but this is the first time in a Grand Slam semi-final, and he would certainly be feeling the butterflies a little.
Got away with one there.
30-15. All.
You mentioned that stat about him leading the tour in first serve percentage. Well, he's been pretty much that way for these championships as well. The lowest first serve percentage he's achieved is 72%, and the highest that he achieved was 84% versus Arnaud Clément in the second round.
That's a terrific stat. And you can see by the velocity, the pace of that serve, that was 194 down the tee, moving away a little. He just doesn't roll his arm over. He goes after a lot of them. And that big first serve sets up for the forehand.
He's got it up as high as 217 in these championships, and that is moving.
Deuce. Advantage
A bit of a nervous left. He wanted to hit it and then decided, no, let it go. And then it barely missed. You could see he threw his hand up as soon as he let this go. What's the hand? There it is. Push it out, meaning that he was going to challenge if there wasn't a call.
Deuce. Advantage Verdasco.
This has got the makings of a similar first game of the match to the one that Nadal had against Gilles Simon in the quarter-final, where it went for 7 minutes. And the break eventually came for Nadal in that one. And not this time. Verdasco has to work. He holds his serve, and that'll be a settler for him.
First game.
A pretty big serve there, 212k right down the middle for his only ace so far. But well played first game. Hopefully got the nerves out. That certainly helps by winning your opening service game. But again, 4 out of 5 first serves in that game at 80%. That is good serving. Normally throughout a match, if you're around 65%, you feel as though you've served well and you're going to win a big percentage of points on your first serve. But what he's achieved here, would you say 72 is the lowest and 84 the highest? That's remarkable.
Yep. And when his first serve's gone into play, he's won between 69 and 83% of those points too.
Nadal to serve.
Bit of a danger here if he gets into this habit. That's really overplaying his forehand, just going for a little bit too much. That used to be the go-to serve from Nadal. That was his favourite serve the first couple of years out on tour. At 15-30 or 30-15, he always used to go right down the tee. In this game, every serve has been directed to the backhand, again on the first serve there, so he gets the reply that he wants. Then he can wrong foot his opponent. He could go back in behind him or whip the forehand cross court.
That's first serve.
And Nadal is looking for this one. Look, he moves over to the forehand. You can see him take a couple of steps there. Verdasco back into the backhand corner. Incredible pace of shot on this one. That's the first serve he's missed. 6 first serves in a row.
Not too many dramas from Nadal on his first serve.
5 first serves, I lost count there. 5 first serves at 40-30, and then wins that one. Pretty impressive opening 10 minutes. Both with good first service game, very consistent serving.
And that 201 kilometre race that Rafa got down is only 3 kilometres shy, 3 kilometres an hour shy of his best fastest for the tournament, which was against Gilles Simon.
Gee, got some movement on that one, Verdasco. Watch where this ball goes, and Nadal just can't catch up with it. Camera gets a good look at that. Just explosive ground strokes. You're going to see a lot more of those throughout the evening off both sides. That's where he looks like Nadal. Verdasco. It's this one, that's Nadal's favourite shot. But watch here, watch the racket head. And this one dips, it looks as though it's going out. Nadal thinks it's going out. The topspin brings it right down on the line.
Rafa guessing the other way. Very convincing service game, a love game for Fernando Verdasco. And we are on serve early on in the semi-final.
That's quite remarkable serving from Verdasco, because he's 86% of first serves, and the fact is that he's bluffed. He's bluffed Nadal. Beautiful evening.
Yeah, that's down by the Yarrow. That's the Arts Centre spire on the left, and Eureka Tower on the right, the tallest building in Melbourne. So just down beyond the Swan Street Bridge there in Melbourne. You can stroll down along the Yarra and get here to Melbourne Park.
It's beautiful. Very accessible for those that come here and watch the late night matches. You can walk back to your hotel quite safely. Verdasco, though, has varied the serve well, and on 2 occasions has totally fooled Nadal. So it means Nadal's not getting a good read on the ball toss and doesn't quite know where it's going.
Time.
You could have forgiven Fernando Verdasco for getting out there and being a bundle of nerves. Well, if he has been, he certainly hasn't been showing it with the way he's playing. A very promising start from the number 14 seed against the number 1 seed. Verdasco on serve leads 2-1. Temperature having dropped to acceptable levels now in Melbourne after another day where it climbed well in excess of 43 degrees Celsius, that is. This guy's come to play, Fred.
Oh boy, that was a marvellous shot, because even the slice took it away from him. And Verdasco, watch what happens. Look at the slice, it goes away. It's going further and further away. He's got to get out around the outside of that ball to whip it cross court and find the angle that he does. And again, racket head speed as it comes through the shot. Incredibly quick. Very fluent motion. Down again, that's the go-to serve down the middle.
Roger Federer said after his win last night that he'll be taking a keen interest in this match.
Yeah, he hopes they play for a long time.
5 sets, 14-12 in the 5th would do him nicely, I think.
His footing, the concentration required. He loses his footing here, gets this one right on the rise and smacks it into the corner. Defensive shot from Verdasco.
30-40.
He really has to pick the wheels up, and then he floats it right back into the corner. Nadal having to make his own pace, finds the net. break of the match and an unbelievable point from both players. Great defensive skills here. This one goes way up in the air and he tries to recover. And a tough smash and an important one on break point down. And he misses it.
Got him with the body serve.
Advantage Nadal.
Very important hold by Nadal there. A little pump of the fist, indicating the significance of that. Not going down the first break.
You want to mark that on your card there. Missed overhead for 3-1. It was a difficult one though, deep into the court. But certainly under these conditions, first Grand Slam, a very important one. First Grand Slam semi-final.
$15.
Magnificent overhead. He wishes he had that a couple of points ago. He'd have been a break up. And there, very casually, very well disguised, knowing full well that look where Nadal is to retrieve that last shot. And that's just too far to run when it's that well executed.
That went behind him.
$40.
Hooked a fine leg.
And caught.
Yep.
He
guessed the serve out to the forehand. There you can see where he is. He moved out round that doubles alley and picked that one. And for the first time, he was correct. And you could see the result. Winner.
Winners in this match so far: Verdasco 9, Nadal 3, unforced errors. Also Verdasco leading that category. That's one you don't want to lead in. Unforced errors 8-3.
He's been the one that's been going after everything though.
Yep.
So you got to make, against somebody like Nadal, you have to make those unforced errors. If your win count is better than that, you're playing pretty darn well.
And they say if you're going to make omelettes, you're going to break a few eggs. Now this could be very costly, especially after that missed break point in the previous game.
Well, we knew this match was going to be physical just by the way these two boys played. They've had some astonishing rallies so far, and we've only played 4 games. And this is another one of those. Turns a defensive situation into an offensive deal with one big sweep and 23 strokes in that rally, in that point. He didn't want to go down the line with that one because he was out of court, and it would have opened up the court for the big Nadal forehand. So he tries this little slice drop shot and halfway up the net. Didn't like that result. Doesn't have a permanent coach with him, Fernando Verdasco. He's here with his dad. He gave his dad a trip to Australia this year, and boy, what a proud dad he must be to see his son playing the way he played. He played up in Brisbane, lost in the final there to Stepanek, and now played down in exhibition at Kooyong, and now doing so well here.
Doing very well to lead 3-2 in the first set. The only dark side to that for Fernando Verdasco is it could have been better. Now that's a good way to come to the tennis. On the water taxis down the Yarra. And jump on one of those party boats.
Yep.
Enjoy a bit of a cruise around.
I think it's a $15 return or something in the taxis from up around Flinders Street or just down here, and a nice cool way of doing it. Or if you like a nice walk along the river, you can do that as well. That's the final serve out wide. I think that as this match progresses, that's going to be a good play for him, out wide to the forehand and then open up the backhand side instead of what I was talking about with the right-hander, out to the backhand and opening up the forehand. You've got to do it as a lefty, you've got to do it in reverse if you can get it wide enough onto the Nadal forehand.
Time.
Just at the moment, Rafael Nadal is hitting the ball with the normal heat that he has, and Verdasco is reading it and getting there and putting himself in places to be able to hit winners. 10 winners, 10 unforced errors so far for Verdasco. 3 winners, 3 unforced errors for Nadal. It's been a bright start for the 14th seed in this semi-final in Melbourne.
It was very close, but I saw it out. Nadal is challenging the call on the left near sideline. The ball's called out.
That's probably the line that Jake Garner is going to overrule on if he...
Yeah, but he could see it. He said it was close, but I thought it was out. So it's not. I think it's a waste of a call, that one. A waste of a challenge.
Two challenges.
It doesn't really mean that much. It's the first point of a game. And there is some strategy work to be done with the challenges. You get 3 each set. It's a shame to waste them. There's the slice backhand. You don't see too many of those. He plays it well, Verdasco. And this overhead, very safe in that department is Nadal. Another slice backhand. You can see he's forced to play that one. The ball was getting behind him, so that may be a strategy that Nadal has figured out at the moment.
Yeah, Nadal.
Well, that's a more convincing service game from Rafael Nadal down the break point of his last service game.
3 games.
Sun disappearing off into the west here in Melbourne. Night 12 of the championships of Friday evening in Melbourne, heading towards Serena versus Dinara tomorrow for the first final, the first big worldwide sporting event of 2009.
Who's you picked there, Pete?
Serena's been there and done it before. I think that might count for a lot.
Yeah, as we watch this vicious again, that's another Nadal-like forehand from Verdasco. Oh, I picked Murray and Safina at the Hopman Cup, but watching Serena play the last couple of matches, I think Serena will come through. I'd like to see Safina win her first Grand Slam, but
30.
Never can tell. They both hit the ball very hard, and it'll be like this. It'll be a titanic struggle with a lot of hard hitting.
Ace number 3 there for Fernando Verdasco.
Took it a little bit off that one.
Yep.
Just 167 kilometres slider into the...
Fired in the quicker one that time, and Nadal was awake to it.
Yeah, this is where you can expect, this is the 7th game, this is where you can expect Nadal to try and pick it up a little bit. Again, he picked that serve, got what he wanted, but a bad mishit.
Just talking about the women's final, the scary thing, I think, with Serena coming into the final, Fred, is she hasn't really hit her straps yet.
No, well, a little bit lucky the other night against Kuznetsova. When they closed the roof.
No dramas at all so far for Fernando Verdasco. He leads 4-3. New balls to come in the first set.
Well, Verdasco has won more games in the opening set here than he won in the entire match in the round of 16 when he played Nadal at the French, and that was just whatever it was, 6 months ago, 8 months ago. They reached the round, and it was a clinic put on by the champion there, Nadal, 6-1, 6-love, 6-2. And so a big effort. Just shows you how much and how confident Fernando Verdasco is in his ability to play against the #1 pro in the world and take it to him.
Time.
With all the great champions they've had, Andre Semeno is here. He represents, that's who Rod Laver beat 40 years ago in the Australian Open. He's from Spain. He's had the press all over him. Manolo Santana. You go through a bunch of Spaniards. There's never been a Spaniard win at the Australian Open, either male or female. And that's what these two boys are endeavouring to achieve.
The 3 Spanish men have reached the final here, the most recent of them, Carlos Moya. One thing's for certain, there's going to be a Spaniard fighting for the title on Sunday night. And it's not certain who it's going to be in the early going here in the semi-final.
A little bit of cat and mouse here, and Verdasco trying to get the acute angle in front of Nadal. self-confidence now.
30-all.
Verdasco attacks the net here, puts him under duress on that forehand, and the squash forehand, got no pace on it. Verdasco sneaks in and lays a nice little angle volley.
Nadal.
Rafa heads to the chair after having levelled up, and I was just thinking, Fred, looking at these two slugging it out, when they analyse the television figures, I'm sure that there'll be a pretty high female percentage in the audience tonight watching this. In the vernacular, there are a couple of good-looking roosters out there. Bit of a throwback to the old days when hearts would flutter when the likes of Newcombe and Stolly would be out there on court.
Exactly. Wow. I don't think we've played in front of this many people.
Thank you.
Big crowd here for this semi-final to see who goes in against Roger Federer. And as I mentioned, Verdasco has acquitted himself very, very well to this stage.
Crunch game here for him on his serve. It's been outstanding.
Good presence of mind here from Verdasco.
15 love.
Hits this one and sees that Nadal has to take one hand off the racket, throws it up in the air, and then he comes forward, makes the round arm volley. Nadal playing within himself there. Just pushed tight in the corner. Watch what he does here. Throws it three-quarter court, gives it plenty of air over the net, and teases Verdasco to have a crack at it, and he takes the bait.
Not for the first time, Rafa
30-15.
framing one tonight.
That was a good mix-up, that serve. A bit of a kicker at 177.
Verdasco almost feigning that he was going to follow that serve in. Perhaps caught Nadal's eye. Well, this was a vital service game, and he's come through it brilliantly so far. In his wildest dreams, if someone had have offered him this sort of start in the first set, he would have taken it. Yep, he's done everything right so far. Verdasco 5-4.
It's also a little bit in his favour that he is serving first. He's at one game in front. So he's had a game point on the Nadal serve. Nadal has not had a game point on the Verdasco delivery as yet. And I think it was from this end. So Verdasco, if he can win the first point, then the percentages are he can start to have a crack at a couple. And if he hits them in, then he could be rewarded with the first set.
His first serve percentage still hovering at more than acceptable level, 79%.
Time.
The onus then with Rafael Nadal to keep this first set going. After what has been a most impressive first set display from this man. 25-year-old Spaniard, currently ranked 15 in the world. He's guaranteed top 10 after this fortnight. He'll go to 9 if he loses. If he's the champion here in Melbourne, he'll go to number 6 in the world.
Nadal can't get a first serve in to do a bit of attacking. And if he hits a couple of winners like that vicious forehand, then he could run out with this opening set. And wouldn't that be a surprise to most? That's what I mean. That's what happens when you're one game in front. And he missed that first serve. Smart play from Verdasco. And he's had a crack at the seconds. Now he's got glove 30.
The numbers are in favour of Verdasco at the moment, but champion somehow can find a way out of these things.
See if he's brave enough here.
Right idea, wrong execution.
Well, he went after the first one, but Nadal kept his composure. Don't get too many chances against the top boys. And when they come, you've got to have a crack at them.
Huge point here in the scheme of not only this match, but the championship.
40-30.
This one here is wide.
Advantage, Nadal.
Verdasco was not far away from making this one on the full run. That was not coming back. You could see his reaction hit right on the top of the tape. Well, that caused Nadal to have a couple of close looks at that, more than one. It looked as though it was right on the paint. And Nadal had two pretty, that's the first one. Then he goes up to the line and has a look at it. There we go. We're going to have a closer look.
The replay showing the ball did bounce right on the paint, as Fred said.
Net first serve.
What about that at the big moment?
Advantage, Nadal.
186 kilometres an hour for his second ace.
Yeah, this is a marvellous contest, this opening set.
And his 10th game. Verdasco has a look at the mark.
Game, Nadal.
Doesn't bother. Well,
5 games off.
what a contest that was. That assumed enormous proportions the longer it went on, that game, Fred.
Yeah, love 30 and had a crack, and then Nadal came back and fought back a couple of juices. It's a very close contest at the moment. Actually, Verdasco in points one is leading 36 points to 33. That means naught. It's 5-all. That's the score. This first set, I feel, is a very, very important set for Fernando Verdasco. If he can creep out of this, give himself some confidence. He knows that he's taken a beating every time he's faced Nadal. If he can get this first set in his pocket, it may give him the confidence to go on. If he loses it, and he may get a little deflated. Goes to another racket, is it? At the back there, or maybe it's just the dampener on the strings that he lost.
Verdasco's jumping call on the left baseline. The ball's called in.
He needs to be certain.
If he loses the point, I think, if he's wrong.
Yep.
If he's wrong.
Oh my goodness. 1 millimetre.
15-30. Verdasco has 2 challenges.
How important might that 1 solitary millimetre be in the scheme of this first set? He cannot believe it.
Now this puts pressure on the second serve. That's guts. And a fair bit of talent. Second serve under the gun. Just made a decision where he's lost by. And then he comes up with this forehand winner.
Halfway up the net.
30-40.
A bit over anxious. And that's experience making him play from the other end of the court. This is the first break point chance that Nadal has had in this set. First break point on the Verdasco serve.
That's a good answer. 217. That's his fastest of the match and one of his fastest of the week. In fact, that is his equal fastest serve of the championship so far. How about that at that time?
It's out.
Advantage Nadal.
Overcooked it a little.
Rafael Nadal really hasn't looked like breaking Fernando Verdasco's serve until this game. Second chance.
The difference between these two boys when they have that opportunity, and I like the Verdasco way. He steps in that behind. Look where Nadal is to get a second serve. And he gets a short one, so it creates the angle. He just cannot, as quick as he is, he can't get there. He basically got a racket on it, and that's as good as he could do. Good second serve, but Nadal far too way back for that second serve when he's got a break point. Well, it's nice to see that he's not intimidated by his idol. Those days are gone by the looks of things. He wants this match. Round arm volley. Takes his opportunities, gets in there quickly.
It's been the most intriguing opening set and the most admirable fighting performance from Fernando Verdasco to keep his nose in front all the way through it. Remarkable. Doesn't matter what Nadal is throwing at him, Verdasco's had the answers, including seeing off 2 break points there. As Fred Stolle said before, surely he went to bed last night thinking, as a realist, my best chance of winning has got to be winning the first set, and if I don't do that, then it's going to be tough. And he's in with a real shot.
Well, again, he's that one game in front. And I was impressed with the last service game. He had love 30, and it took everything that Nadal had in his repertoire, and he's to get back into that set. And now Verdasco has that opportunity again. He's got to try and win the first point so he can open up the shoulders and have a go at the rest of the game.
Time.
Well, the Australian crowd might not have known much about Fernando Verdasco. Yes, he was part of Spain's winning Davis Cup team, but when he's been to Australia, he hasn't been past the second round in 5 previous attempts. 4 years he went out second round. In 2004, he went out first round. So many people would have been getting their first serious look at this man tonight, and he is playing some serious tennis on the big stage and pushing the best player in the world all the way, making him serve to get us to a tie-break in this opening set. It's been such an enjoyable set to watch. Stunning. In the hitting zone.
Love 15.
And clean as you like.
He certainly needs those first serves. He got burnt with the first one, but you can't keep teeing off and hitting winners. The percentages there are not on. But it's very important for Nadal to hold firm on that first serve right now.
Should we get there, the stats tell us that Verdasco has a 50-50 chance in the tie-break. Nadal in percentage terms in tie-breaks much superior, as you'd expect. That he's got, all the power that he's got, and somehow Verdasco seems to know where it's going.
30 all.
Well, that just comes around with practicing and playing with one another in Spain for many, many matches. But boy, he's retrieved well on that slice backhand, and suddenly again turns an offensive, or that defensive mood where he was, into an offensive forehand. 30 all. That's a smart play, a very good read from Nadal.
40-50.
Probably fitting that it goes to the tie break. Is he going to use one of the challenges that he's got up his sleeve? No. We're heading to the breaker, and probably appropriately and fittingly.
Both players received one additional challenge.
What a first set it's been, Fred Story.
Oh, unbelievable, isn't it? You've seen everything here, and with more to come, both players get an additional challenge in this tiebreak, and he could have used one there, but had a good look at the mark, did Verdasco. And so how important is this first set tiebreak? Verdasco's only played one of them this year and won it. This is the first tiebreaker that Nadal's faced. Nadal has not dropped a set, folks. Remember that, not dropped a set so far in this Australian Open. Well, you couldn't run a video camera better than and put it on tape here to show people how to hit a backhand volley. Look at this, sets up, beautiful, moves forward, turns the shoulder, keeps the head of the racket up. Everything is done to perfection on this. There it is, and keeps the head of the racket up as he goes through and forward on that volley. Brilliant. Nadal's been to the net in this entire set, which is an hour and 8 minutes, only 4 times. And to play this volley here with the touch, the finesse at this stage, you think he liked it?
Not many players could even think of being in contention in a set where Rafael Nadal has made 5 unforced errors.
Yep.
Verdasco has pushed him all the way, but we go back to that point you were talking about earlier, Fred, that missed smash in the 4th game and how different this set could have been.
Would have given him 3-1 instead of the 2-all.
Aces now for the 14 seed.
Just remarkable stuff. Another one down the tee. This whole set, the entire set has been on the racket of Verdasco. He has been the man. 22 winners against 8 winners so far for Nadal, and he's made 20 unforced errors against the measly 5 from Nadal. But it's been Verdasco that has to make everything happen. He's been the man that's trying to take the attack to Nadal. That's his dad, the grey-headed gentleman there, and he doesn't have a permanent coach with him. But boy, what a set. And it's the only way to beat Nadal, I feel. You've got to take it to him, take your licks. That's what Zonga did against him last year. And what a first set this has been. This is as good as any final you're going to see, folks. I don't care whether Federer's playing it or not. This has just been electrifying stuff.
The set of the championship so far, you would think. And we're back on serve in the tiebreak. It's been on a knife's edge now for 1 hour and 11 minutes.
Oh no, you're kidding me. That shot was not on, and he shanks this return. And look where Nadal is, and the angle that he creates. Talking about Federer, that was Federer-like. Well, Nadal just poked this one back into play and teased his opponent. He came in, and that's the overhead. He missed that one for 3-1, and a beautifully angled overhead this one. Plenty of time, good balance, keeps the head up, racket head. It's the off serve, the tough one for the lefty. And Nadal looking for the one down the middle to the forehand. Couldn't control it.
Rafa's serving has been outstanding in this first set as well. 73% of first serves in. He needs to get 2 first serves in here.
Destiny may be here for this one, and there's nothing that Nadal can do. He had the shot covered, but when that one hits the tape and falls over, there's the apologies. But hey, I'll take the set points.
best set of tennis of his life there. And he's got the first set over the #1 seed. 1 out and 15 minutes of pure exhilaration at Melbourne.
Well, how often is it that you've seen a standing ovation after one set? Everybody in this stadium is on their feet, and that's the first set of tennis that Rafael Nadal has lost at this year's Open. And what a set of tennis it was. Hour and 15 minutes it took.
Well, if you don't like that, you're impossible to please. That was fantastic stuff from both players, and credit to Fernando Verdasco. He could have crumbled under pressure, but he didn't look like doing that at any stage.
Look at that, an hour and 15 minutes. Verdasco 76%, Nadal 72%. Go down to the unforced errors, 20 there for Verdasco, but he was taking it the entire set. 25 winners to 20 is very, very good. On the other side of the coin, Nadal 8 winners and 5 unforced errors. It's Verdasco that's been putting Nadal on the back foot, and Verdasco misses, then the unforced errors go up. But he's gone for his shots, and that's the way he has to continue. I don't know whether he can do it for 3 sets the way he's played. We're going to find out though, but he has to keep going after everything that's given to him, and he's done that. This is highlights from that opening set. Just got everything in it, this one. As I said, it's worthy of any final you're going to see, that opening set. Whether they can keep this up, there's finesse, there's power, there's passion. And he creates this. How he ever played that shot, one will never know. And this is the set point, and he gets this one, and it's just a put-away volley. And do you think he wants this? He's never, ever beaten Rafael Nadal in 6 cracks at it.
I think he's only ever taken 1 set off him before tonight.
Yep.
It has been the most stunning opening to this semi-final.
Yeah, what I called for.
Well, there's certainly a buzz going around this arena, Rod Laver Arena. They read the papers, they read the stats, they read everything that sort of indicated that if Verdasco could win a set here, well, he's done more than that. He's electrified this crowd, and he's won the opening set, and now it is a monumental battle for the #1 player in the world and the #1 seed here. Can those knees last out? Can he come back 4 long sets or 5 sets if he's to win it?
In a pre-match interview, Fernando Verdasco said of his good friend Rafael Nadal, because we are such good friends, maybe he might go easy on me. Well, Nadal didn't go easy on him at all. He gave him absolutely his best, and Verdasco has been able to prove the better player in set 1. Now it's Rafa's turn to fight back.
Well, the first 15-20 minutes of this second set will tell a story. Verdasco has to keep his concentration and not have a letdown after winning that closely contested first set. And of course, the #1 player in the world, he's got to try and get away to a quick start here.
30 love.
Such high quality stuff for an hour and 15 minutes. It's tough to imagine they can do it for 4 hours. Nadal and Federer did at Wimbledon though.
An advantage here for the #1 seed due to the fact that he is serving first. If he can hold his serve, he can do what Verdasco forced him to do all the way through the first set, and that is to play catch-up.
Yeah, Nadal.
Fires 4 bullets and wins the first game of the second set to love.
First game, second set.
Just shows you though that first set hung on a thread and a net cord changed it, and that just shows you the difference of what can happen in our sport when it's close, whether it's a bad call or in that case a net cord. Or you play a bad choice of shot, but that one came down to a net cord in the tiebreaker to give him 6-4 and a couple of set points. And Nadal had that shot covered, had it gone over cleanly. So a little stroke of luck for Verdasco, but is he up to the task to put this away?
Obviously, the deeper you go into a Grand Slam tournament, the more you're going to pay for tickets. And the 15,000 strong crowd tonight got their money's worth simply in that first set. It can only get better. It can only be a bonus after that.
No, he'll challenge that.
Verdasco's challenging.
That looked good, and they are good friends. Nadal's given it to him, so he saves himself a challenge. And from our vantage point, that was just a tough call from the linesman, but the top spin brought it in. And you see Verdasco thanking his friend and opponent. And
30.
So played in a very good spirit, but just the same, a fighting spirit from both ends. Big serve here. Gives it plenty of air, but this one, look where this goes, right in the corner. Possible to reach that.
Well, both players commence the second set in emphatic fashion.
Well, you wonder what's going through the mind right now of Rafael Nadal. He's played him 6 times. He's lost 1 set, and that was on a grass court. On hard courts, he has just hard courts or clay courts, he has not dropped a set. Nadal against Verdasco. Didn't even come close to dropping a set. Well, that was one of the very few loose shots, that forehand halfway up the net.
Couple of cheap points for Rafa. You'd expect the #1 player in the world. Uncle Tony knows that even the best can go through a bit of a trough, so you'd certainly expect that at some stage Verdasco is going to have a rough patch.
Also, there could be a bit of a flat patch here, as you were mentioning, because of just the passion and everything, when the quality of that first set, and when it's finished, there is a little bit of a letdown. Could be a lull here for a few games. No, there we go. That's a big first serve, and that's the reply.
40-15.
That's a little bit of Verdasco's own medicine. They've thrown that out to the forehand, and Verdasco comes up with the big forehand. Verdasco's used that serve to Nadal on numerous occasions.
Nadal, move on.
Well, for the most part, the server dominated the opening set, and so it is at the start of set 2. Nadal leading 2-1. The battle of the lefties has been so enjoyable to watch. Six times a left-hander has won the Australian Open Championship in the Open era, the most recent of whom was Peter Korda back in 1998. It's almost 17 years since the last time we saw two lefties slugging it out in a Grand Slam semi-final. That was at Roland Garros in 1992 when Peter Korda, that man, met Henri Lecomte. 30 years since it happened here at the Australian Open.
So I asked you to check to see if we had it. Time.
Well, as you mentioned, Peter, the tickets are expensive as you get down to the semi-finals and finals, but they've had value for money tonight. We've seen this is probably one of the best matches so far that we've seen here at this year's Open. They tell me that Gasquet and Gonzalez was a pretty good one, but that didn't finish till like 1:30 in the morning out in Margaret Court Arena, so very few people saw that.
I think that was 12-10 in the fifth set.
Yeah.
Well, plenty of people getting to see this. 15,000 in here at Rod Laver Arena. Many out in Garden Square enjoying the balmy night in Melbourne. Millions on television in Australia and around the world. Hope you're enjoying it.
Well, the gods are with him so far. Lady Luck, another one, and creeps over the net. And Nadal says, "No, come on, not again." And that's the serve I mentioned early. If you're a right-hander, the way you'd play Nadal would be serving out wide to the backhand here on this court. But the lefty can't do that, so Verdasco has used that as a pretty good tactic, serving out wide. You've got to get it wide enough to make him stretch on that forehand. He doesn't like to stretch out there. He can hit it when he's got plenty of room, Nadal. Make him stretch and then take control of the point. And he's a little rattled at the moment.
Next person.
To play a shot like that, and it was just like a forearm jolt, a little flick to get it over the top. He never hesitated as to which shot he was going to play. What's this little flick over there? He could have driven a truck down the line. He wasn't interested in the passing shot. Here's another look at it. Little flick, never finished the shot. Flick it up in the air, and the way the equipment is today, you can get that there. No finish on that shot at all. He's pretty happy with the result, though.
Verdasco not conceding a point in his first two service games. No sign of a lull from him yet.
59.
Verdasco was looking for the one down the middle.
This is the toughest serve for a lefty, the one where you've got to throw the racket head away from the body out to that forehand. Or in Verdasco's, when he's back in the corner.
59.
Had the one he wanted, just didn't get over the top of it. The roof is open here. It's a very warm night. Cooled down enough though for them to open the roof. This is an outdoor event. They only close the roof when absolutely necessary because of the heat this week.
So this fascinating battle rolls on. Uncle Tony with signs of encouragement for Rafa, who keeps his nose in front. Still no breaks of serve in the match.
Can you understand any of it?
The lines judge has just been up to have a chat with Jake Garner, the chair umpire, and I think it's language, bad language, and Jake Garner said, well, did you understand any of it? Obviously both these boys are speaking Spanish, so I don't know what the story is, whether there will be a warning, but the line judge has taken it upon himself to go up to the chair, and maybe it's coaching from Uncle Tony. But that's not coaching, that's just support.
Coach, me coach. My coach is not speaking no one time. Did you hear the other coach or not? All the time, every time.
I've heard both.
Did you hear or not?
I've heard your coach.
Unbelievable, come on man. All the time the same.
So here they are, that's an interesting conversation. The lines judge came up and reported that and said, did you understand anything or hear anything? And so he's talked to Nadal about coaching, and you could see how upset Nadal was. He said, well, have you heard the coach from the other end? And they obviously speak the same language. And Jake Garner said, well, I've heard both coaches. So not a happy chappy, Nadal, at the moment.
Not an official warning from Jake Garner, but I think it was a friendly warning that he's going to keep an eye on the situation. And now that Rafa's saying that it's coming from the other end as well, he might very well be keeping an eye on that too.
Well, that might be the spark that Nadal may need, because he was not happy at all with the charge.
You don't often see him like that when he's out there, normally composed.
with a slice backhand that was moving away from him, and he measured it, he covered it, and he hit it for a winner. This is the slice. Watch where it moves. Now he takes his time, gets out there, and see it slide away. He gets out there, covers it, and puts it right in the corner.
In this day and age, Fred, do you think that we have evolved to a situation where coaches should be allowed to have some input throughout a match?
That's a good question. I'll answer that after this point, because Nadal has said some things in the press this week, and I'll tell you what he said after this point. Interesting that that coaching came up there. He said, because Nadal said he is in favour of having coaches, or having coaches say something from the stands. He's not in favour of them coming onto the court at the end of a set and sitting down there, as we look at that replay out. But he is in favour of having coaches. He said that's what we pay him for advice. He said he thinks we should be able to get it from the stands, but not in favour of them coming onto the court after the first set and sitting down for a couple of minutes.
That's three love games on the bounce now for Verdasco on his serve.
Pretty impressive stuff. And it's a good motion. Not much can go wrong. Look how still that ball is when he throws it up. And it's got to be a difficult serve to read, because Nadal's having trouble reading it.
.217, his last serve, equal quickest of the match, equal quickest of the tournament for the number 14 seed. He's doing everything right.
Only unforced errors, only 8 of them for the match for Nadal, and this is the reason, because look where he is. He's pinned behind the baseline, and Verdasco's making him hurry. He's not giving him any time to hit anything, get himself set. He could see the racket head of Nadal lift up above his shoulders, and he was on his way in. Watch where the racket goes here, up above the shoulders, comes down, and Nadal is all over it. He just took 2 steps. I mean, Verdasco, 2 steps, and he was there. In trouble, love 30.
As the great players do when they're staring at a deficit, somehow they come up with the points when needed. Not out of the woods yet, though. Big point here in the second set.
Going to challenge that one. Good.
Yep. Just the right-hand side of the ball there, touching the centre line.
And a couple of close ones go against him, Verdasco, but then he's had the benefit of the net cord, which actually pretty much won the first set for him.
Three good first serves from Rafa. In a bit of trouble at love 30. He scraps his way out of it. Both players, Fred, maintaining this amazing first serve percentage. Nadal 78% of first serves into play. That is clearly his best.
Yep.
And he's trailing.
90% in this set, though. 90% in this set. He's down a set. But I find it interesting that the changeover now, you look over the coaches, and Uncle Tony's got his back. The supporters for Nadal. Down the other end, Verdasco's got his dad and a few friends. And a coach that's not his official coach, that just is a hitting partner with a clothing company, Sven Gronfeldt. So Nadal now, I think, as tough as this man is, I think it's imperative that he wins this set, Nadal. It's a long way home if he doesn't. You know, he's come back from two sets to love down a few times, 3 times actually in his career. But Verdasco is on song tonight, and if he runs out this second set, he can't get any more confident than he is, though, can he?
You wouldn't think so. Remember last year we turned up to the semi-final and Rafael Nadal was pitted against Joe-Wilfried Tsonga, and it looked as though it should be a formality.
Yeah, exactly, same thing, yeah, really.
And Tsonga won 6-2, 6-3, 6-2 and humbled him. Hasn't been a humbling so far, it's just been a magnificent contest.
Nadal's used to doing that himself. He's not used to looking down the barrel of a forehand like this one. Beautifully produced and such power, that rotation of the body.
Those 3 comebacks from 2 sets to love down you were talking about, Fred. One against Ivan Lubicic in Madrid in 2005, Robert Kendrick at Wimbledon in 2006, Mikhail Yuzny at Wimbledon in 2007. He's not faced with that prospect just yet.
Two of those on grass, that's interesting too.
30-15.
Another good serve out wide. The dampener comes out on the racket, the strings of Rafael Nadal. He swings at that forehand. Now he doesn't move from this. He goes right back into that corner before the ball is struck. He knows where it is, and a very heavy topspin forehand wins the day.
Little opening here for Nadal. Here he comes.
How brilliant is that point? And the first time this set that Nadal has had a break point, he's had a couple in the match, hasn't been able to convert, but do you think he wants this 20 strokes in that rally before the winner came?
First break opportunity for either player in this second set.
Oh, what a serve. We had him 3 metres wide of the doubles alley, not the singles alley, the doubles alley. That's how far he was trying to retrieve that. An excellent serve. Took a little bit off it. We got Verdasco for the first time in the match talking and screaming at his, there it is there. Not happy with the choice of shots there, but he's down a break point again.
He produced a wonderful serve just a minute or so ago to get out of the first one. And that time he just flattens it out.
On the left side, the ball is caught in.
If it's legal, it's his quickest of the night.
So we'll see. He was a pretty confident call from Nadal. We'll see how good his eyes are. Maybe wishful thinking. It's a huge point. Oh, it was way in. He pointed to a mark that was
Nadal has
way
2
over the
challenges
line.
remaining.
And that was well inside. That's out.
Advantage Nadal.
Well, he's come up with 2 unbelievable serves. One a 3/4 pace slider out to the forehand. The other one, the fastest one he's hit, as Peter mentioned, right down the tee. What's he got in his bag of tricks here? Again, it's that really wide serve. If you can get it out there, look where this is. He's got to really stretch to hit this. He can't get enough on it because of the stretch. And then a very short reply opens up the court. And Verdasco again creates the angle. But it's the serve that sets it up out to the forehand.
He's saved 3 now. Oh, he's going to have to save a 4th. Nadal is lifting.
Uncle Tony's watched a lot of his matches. He hasn't seen too many bigger shots than this, though, at critical stages. Intensity and whips that. It's like a helicopter forehand. It finishes up wrapping around his head. Break point.
Remember, there hasn't been a break of serve in this match so far. There may not be one here the way it's going.
Broke the string. That's another frustrating moment. Once the string pops, the ball, you just don't have any control over it. And he will get that one strung, but what a time for that to happen. Second serve, break point.
Certainly jets that don't have as good a vertical tails as that.
This is just classic stuff. You know, that has to be timed to perfection to do that. And just great athleticism. He gets up in the air.
That's first serve.
Let's call from the electronic device that sits on the net. Sends a message up to the chair umpire.
How big a hold would this be for Fernando Verdasco? That is a massive, massive hold. 4 break points in this 8th game.
Moves around from outside the doubles alley back to the other side of the court to hit an off forehand. How big is that? Could be here for a while. 4-all.
Ramos from Tony. That's not coaching. Double fault number 1.
15-all.
Up until this match, he served 6 double faults for the tournament.
Up until that double fault, we haven't had a double fault in the match from either player, which again is impressive. An hour and 55 minutes, closing in on 2 hours, and that's the first double fault. And the way they've played, the first serve percentages. Opens it up for his favourite shot. That'll do it.
40-15.
How's your Spanish, Fred?
Not good.
That makes 2 of us.
Nada.
I think we got the gist of it, though.
40-30.
Well, it's a change for Verdasco from a couple of years ago because he was very fragile mentally. He's been exceptionally tough here this week and beforehand coming into the Australian season. Finalist in Brisbane.
Nadal.
So still no breaks of serve. Who's going to
Nadal
blink
leads
first?
5-4.
Nadal 5-4 in the second set. Verdasco took the first.
It's a matter of self-belief now with Verdasco. He's got a lot of confidence the last couple of months. He's fit. He's as fit as he's ever been, working in the States, in Vegas, with Gil Reyes, who's Agassi's coach, Agassi's fitness trainer. And obviously he's hit some with Agassi. And there's the chair umpire, the lines judge once more, chatting to Jake Garner, and he is from the other end of the court. That's the end of the court over where Verdasco has been venting his anguish to his players' box over there. So will he talk to Verdasco about coaching? Let's see.
Few hearts aflutter here in Rod Laver Arena as Fernando Verdasco goes for a change of shirt, but he might have more worries than a damp shirt, because during the sit-down, for those of you who may have been away, one of the line judges from the end of the court at which Fernando Verdasco's support box is went over and spoke to Jake Garner in the chair, as has happened with an official from the other end of the court. This match has had everything so far.
Yep. Now, you don't know whether that was audible obscenities or whether it may be coaching, but he has not said anything to Verdasco, and he did say something to Nadal, and Nadal was not happy. And what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I think he should have said something there, whether it was audible obscenities or whether it was coaching, but he never mentioned anything to Verdasco. Verdasco now serving to stay in this second set.
4 times so far he's been able to step up to the line and to handle the pressure of having to catch up to Nadal. He needs to do it here again, otherwise the set is gone.
Took the risk. The open court was there, and he couldn't make the shot. So now, similar strategy the first set with Verdasco. Now, Nadal's won that first point. He has the opportunity to go for broke if Verdasco misses a serve. They got these moths. What's the name of those moths?
The bogong moths.
Bogong. They're all over the city. They're everywhere. There's a plague on them, and they give them to the kids to take up. What happens if you don't like picking them up?
Look the other way.
Yeah, it's a big serve again when needed, right down the middle.
Nine aces now to Verdasco, 8 to Nadal.
Just over 2 hours, folks, in this one so far, and with a long way to go, and it's been brilliant stuff.
And neither player actually plays quickly, but you haven't noticed it here. It's just been absorbing.
40-15.
Well, the crowd love the spirit that this match has been played in, and particularly this fella, when he gets out wide like that, he's exciting to watch. He goes for it. This one here opens the shoulders, finds the net on that occasion.
Sort of angle.
Yeah, he just had to cover that. He had Nadal way out of court.
Be the point of the tournament.
Well, even that brought a smile to Verdasco's face. And what a rally. They used every inch of this run-over arena. Watch where this a little slice that goes away from the body. Look at take out there. And then a full buggy whip forehand down the line. Hooks it in. There it is again, folks. You're not going to see anything like this. Incredible.
And what an incredible time to do it as well.
That's out. That's out.
And after everything he's been through, Rafael Nadal all of a sudden finds himself in the same position as when the match started. We're level, and now we can play best of three.
What an unbelievable effort there from Juice. He hooks that one down in for set point, and then out of a little bit of frustration, an unforced error, and we're all even after 2 hours and 5 minutes. Oh. And the night's just starting. That's the summary. Look at the service stats from Nadal in this set. 89%, Verdasco 71%. Ace is the same. Winners 13, 17 for Verdasco. Look at the unforced errors compared to winners. Has this been a good tennis match? You got to be kidding.
And the first break of serve just seemed to come out of nowhere. So it's taken us 5 minutes in excess of 2 hours to get that first break. Fernando Verdasco has left the court and he's gone for a bit of a comfort break. 49 minutes the second set, and the highlights, there's going to be plenty of them.
Oh, unbelievable tennis, and the pinpoint accuracy, the depth and the precision that these boys are playing with, plus the power, as I said, the power and the passion here. We've seen it all. That one deep into the corner. There's the slice there. Here's the little one, and whipped down the corner. That gave him set point. That shot there, and then the missed forehand makes it all even. And that's the result. That's the anguish, the passion that this man puts into everything. The reaction, it has set all, and there's probably another 2.5, 3 hours to go in this match yet.
You may recall that Fred and I were talking about Roger Federer sitting back here watching this match with a great deal of interest, and jokingly we said, Fred, maybe 14-12 in the fifth would do him nicely. I hasten to add we were only joking at the time, but it might be the case. The way this has been, it's been an incredible match.
Well, even if it stays the way it is, and a couple of tiebreakers or a 6-4 in the fifth, if it goes to 5, just the amount of energy that these boys are expending in the rallies, and it's just, we said at the start it was going to be physical, but boy, this physical, that's incredible 2 sets of tennis. So that's going to test the stamina, and it's going to test the knees of this man. There's been some talk about the knees, and he's slowed up a little bit. We haven't seen that tonight, but he's very, very worried about the longevity of his career with the pounding that they take on these hard courts. And this young man, Fernando Verdasco, he says he's fit. He's done all the hard yards with Gil Reyes in Las Vegas, but this next couple of hours is certainly going to test the mettle of both men.
Yeah, thank you.
Fernando Verdasco, with that association with Gil Reyes that Fred was talking about, has spoken to Andre Agassi about what it takes to get to this stage of a Grand Slam championship, and just how to apply yourself mentally as well as physically. And whatever the former champion told him, it's worked a treat so far, but Rafa showing his championship qualities, able to manufacture the first break of the match and to thrill this centre court crowd at Rod Laver Arena as we begin the third set of at least 4.
The roof is open tonight. As we've mentioned, the boys wanted it the same as last night's encounter. This is an outdoor event, not an indoor event, and there's been some criticism, but they've had to close it because of the heat. You could not have played in the heat that we've had in Melbourne the last couple of days outdoors.
Love 15.
We talked at the start of the second set about the perceived advantage that Nadal had by serving first, and he's given himself that advantage again by making that break at the end of the second set.
Nadal.
Nadal does what he did to begin the second set and keeps that perceived advantage by holding his serve.
Again, the first 20 minutes of the set, they've both got to hang as they both did in that second set. But there might be a flat moment, but boy, the quality of stuff tonight, the quality of this play has been remarkable. And can they keep going? Verdasco has never beaten Nadal, and Nadal's given him a clinic on a couple of occasions. Can he hold himself together, Verdasco? He's been brittle over the years and let things slip. But the mental attitude that he's shown here since being in Australia for the last month maybe has turned his career around, and he now believes in himself. He believes he's here, and after this event, he is. He's in the top 10.
Love sitting.
Verdasco maybe showed us a sign that he was ready for Melbourne by finishing runner-up in one of the lead-up tournaments at the new stadium in Brisbane.
Pat Rafter Arena. Verdasco's been very quick to get there, and a flick of the wrist. This one here, he could have whipped it cross court, but plays the drop shot. Watch what happens. He's looking for the volley, but he's looking for the volley down the line. Verdasco with a snap of the wrist here. On the 21st stroke of that rally, comes up with yet another winner off those short balls. Excellent play here. As he sneaks in, he sees that Nadal has to take a hand off the racket, and the volley he puts inside that service box. The secret with Verdasco now to come in a little more often when he's got his man on the ropes. He just doesn't give him time to do much here. Nadal, he closes the gate very quickly. Look how quick he moves forward. Good technique again on that volley.
Fred, it may seem a strange thing to say when this man is maybe a point away from levelling up at one game apiece at the start of the third set, but I've been watching him closely, and I think there's a couple of signs of fatigue in him just at the moment.
Who, Verdasco?
Yeah. He's had a pained expression on his face.
I was just thinking back to last night's slugfest, which was also an excellent match, won by Roger Federer against Andy Roddick, and Roddick had never beaten him either. And Roddick came out slugging and just an unbelievable first set, and a pretty impressive match. And Roddick came forward, served well, but Federer had all the answers, and it'll be interesting to see as this progresses whether Nadal will come up with the result required here with all those answers.
Advantage Nadal.
Snatched at that.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration. Now he's talking to his entourage. A huge opportunity here. The racket do the talking there. He was in a hole. Now there's an audible obscenity. I could hear that from here.
His face looks different. The way he's carrying himself around the court's a bit different. His breathing is heavier. Maybe he's starting to think about the importance of this as well, where he's just been freewheeling so far in this match.
Yeah, well, he's had no pressure on him, has he? He's never beaten him, so there's no pressure. But after winning the first set, those expectations arrive, and a very close second set.
Net first serve.
I said the first few games will tell you whether Nadal gets on top of him mentally. And over his career, he has been rather fragile when put to the test. But that seems to have gone away. I mentioned that. He's much more mentally tough now than he was a couple of years ago. Oh, that was brilliant. That was a smart play there from Nadal. He played the little low volley because if he'd have played the slice got up high, well, it makes it an easy one for Verdasco. But watch what he does here. This little chip keeps it down very low. He plays that off his shoelaces with just finesse and touch. Just feathers it over the net. Beautifully played. Tough shot.
Hit a heart. His friend Claudio in his support box alongside Fernando's dad.
Yeah, Claudio's not his coach, is he? I think he's a friend. Well, he's probably helping him, giving him some advice, but he just doesn't have an official coach at the moment. It's good. It's called good. Is there a challenge?
Don't think.
That's not good.
It seemed to be good.
Jake Garner saw it good. And so there's no challenge.
Inside the line on the replay, no question. Rafa going to have a look at this one.
That's good too. Yeah.
Advantage for Verdasco.
Double figures in aces now, Verdasco. This is becoming another one of those games where it might tip the match one way or the other.
Yeah, exactly. Well, as we mentioned, the first 4 or 5 games of every set, when you get to a set all and this like this, he's saying, calm down, calm down. And that's what he needs now. He's getting a little excited.
Verdasco is challenging the call on the right baseline. Ball's called.
So if it's on the line, he loses the point, and it brings up a third break point for Nadal.
Well, he did this earlier and made a mistake, but he got out of it. But this is a huge challenge. He was still in the point. And it's out. No, it's not. Look at that. On the line. So he loses the point.
Verdasco has 2 challenges remaining.
10mm margin. Remember, there was a challenge earlier. It was 1mm, and it got that same reaction again. Break point number 3. Rafa swipes at his racket. Fred used the word a couple of times throughout this match. Passion. Look at this reaction.
Oh, he missed it. And what a play that was. He hadn't served and volleyed all night, and that was a good time to do it. And he got the reply. Well played volley, but just a little deep. Great volley.
It was in the 8th game of the second set that he faced 4 break points and saw them all off. He's facing the same prospect right here.
Big hook forehand again from Nadal. He was all over that one. The volley was not crisply hit. Nadal chased it down. And to get that service break, it took 13 minutes. There's the volley. He was looking for the forehand. It's a short one. Look where this one goes. A big buggy whip forehand again. It's out. It's coming in, and it drops inside the line. Racket head speed on that forehand there.
Well, we didn't have a break of serve in the first 2 hours of this match, and Verdasco has been broken the last 2 occasions he's come up to serve. New balls now on the racket of Nadal, whose star appears to be on the rise.
Love 15.
This is where the champions can come right back at you. We'll see what Verdasco's got here. Wins the first point.
Do you mind?
Love 30.
Not much you can do about that. It's a pretty good serve. Right in the slot though. Around shoulder height. You got over the top of this one enough.
Fortune favours the brave.
Well, we've said it
Love
on
40.
a few occasions. You've got to keep attacking. You've got to believe in yourself, and he's had that belief. He's just lost his serve, and he's come up with a miraculous game here. 3 extraordinary points.
Took Verdasco 13 minutes to lose his serve and about 3 minutes to get it straight back.
Nadal needs to get to 1.
This is a gutsy effort. The crowd are loving this.
Francesco.
And it just falls to the point where you think that Nadal has taken control. He breaks serve, and then 4 brilliant points here. Tees off on the forehand, takes the time on this backhand, and the slice, and that one is pulled wide. So quite an incredible effort here, and this is continuing to be one of those unbelievable matches. You can see Nadal trying to ride that one in, and after 2 hours and 30 minutes, we're only 3 games into the 3rd set.
I think Claudio like that.
Talking a bit too much.
Well, he's shown us not only his talent, but his courage tonight. Fernando Verdasco. He is going to live and die by the sword. He went for his shots. He realised that the best time to get the break back was straight away, as they've both been through a 13-minute game where it took 4 break points. This crowd has got their money's worth tonight at Melbourne Park. It has been a magnificent semi-final. And it's a long way from being over yet, because we've only just begun the 3rd set. It's been going 2.5 hours. We're on serve in set 3. Now, I just noticed that Fernando Verdasco spoke to Jake Garner there just as he was heading back to his end of the court, and Jake Garner put the headset on. May have made a call. I don't know whether it's for the trainer or not. We'll find out soon enough.
Maybe it's for a translator.
Crowd settles. expectant hum around Rod Laver Arena. Verdasco serving at 1-2. Too good. Drew him in and came up with the winner.
Verdasco's had 2 of those and they've gone over, and you can see there Nadal not so lucky. Both players continue the big hitting off the forehand, particularly. Still, Nadal persists. He's 5 metres behind the baseline to return the serve. You just can't reach those. That's a good serve. If you can get that serve out there, you've got to get it on the line and you've got to get it up the line. But when you're that far behind, to get out there and reach it and do anything with it is virtually impossible.
Nice gentle service game for Fernando Verdasco to level up at 2-all after 1 break of serve apiece.
2 games on.
Hawkeye Fred can tell us all sorts of things. It tells us that in that second set that Nadal covered 22% more ground than Verdasco did.
Just shows you that that's we've said that all along. It's been Verdasco who's been taking it to Nadal, pushing him behind, pushing it behind the baseline. 52 winners to 25. So Verdasco's hit twice as many winners and they're all even. He's made 3 times as many errors as Nadal. But they're the risks you take. You have to go and you have to beat Nadal, otherwise he steamrolls all over you.
And on the subject of numbers, as we watch it in replay, this is how Fernando Verdasco brought up his 100th successful point of the match. He's won 9 more than the number 1 seed. That doesn't matter though, because we're locked up. If individual points mattered, Fred, Verdasco wouldn't even be here, because in the match against Andy Murray actually won one more point.
Is that right? Yeah, I thought Murray threw that match away. I felt that he had control of it, and then he just wants to play around and turn the tap on again. He'll learn from that match, Murray, I believe.
You wouldn't be surprised wherever Andy Murray is watching in the world tonight, and I guess he probably is watching, that he's probably thinking to himself, that should be me out there against Rafa.
I just love listening to the squeak of the shoes, all the footwork that's done here. When they prop and they little steps to get in position, you know the footwork is good when you can hear the squeak of the tennis shoes on the court. Well, Verdasco was down in his match with Murray, 2-1, and came back to win it in 5, 6-3, 6-4. The 4th and 5th sets were. No, he hasn't won one of those. I would have thought he'd learnt from previous experience tonight just with that shot. Verdasco was there. Watch where he plays this. Verdasco's on the way in before he even starts and has not lost one of those points. Verdasco's won every single one of them, and there's been about 6. Terrible choice of shot from Nadal. Could cost him.
Oh!
Well, if he loses this game, you can put it down to that drop shot. Break point, Verdasco. It's only his 3rd of the match.
Advantage, Nadal. Nadal.
He will be breathing a very big sigh of relief, Rafael Nadal. After that drop shot, he wishes he could take that back at 40-30. As it turns out, it doesn't matter. Nadal leads 3-2, 3rd set, 1 set apiece.
That was a terrific hold from Nadal there. As Peter mentioned, that the drop shot was a terrible choice. Got him into trouble. He's probably played 6 of those and hasn't won one. And he's played them on some pretty big points. Able to get out of it. Both players have survived the break points. Nadal is going to be very disappointed in his efforts on break points, but it's been because of Verdasco's good serve. Nadal's had 11 break point opportunities and he's only converted 2. So Verdasco's had very few breakpoint chances. He's had 3 and converted 1. Both players getting a little sustenance now. A little bit of
Time.
Energy bar and a little drink.
Fred Stolley, have you got a feeling one way or the other at the moment, or is it still an even money bet?
No, I think at this stage I feel as though Nadal is starting to get the upper hand. I agree with you to the point where Verdasco is just starting to show a little bit of frustration. He's starting to make a couple more errors. But boy, when you think he's done, he comes back with the serve. The serve has kept him in good stead. He's still at 72% for the match, 65% for this third set. But there's a couple of big games coming up now. I think you're going to find Nadal try and tighten the screws a little bit here. Shot wanted to get in, but what unbelievable retrieving abilities from Rafael Nadal. It's all very well you can do this on clay, you can slide into it, but on a hard court here, where it's very unforgiving on where you get out there and you prop and come back again, Nadal throughout that rally made 3 miraculous defensive shots.
$15.
He's there.
And he's pumped as well. Nadal's reaction after that said a lot. He knows the moment is at hand here.
15-38.
Look at the amount of ground he covers here, and he gets there just before it bounces, flicks it across, and Verdasco looking for it down the line. Great foot speed. On the line.
30-all.
From exaltation 1 minute to frustration the next for Rafa. Really starting to show the outward signs of frustration.
Well, relentless, that's what we called him in Paris. Nadal kept coming at you. That's on a clay court, though. Absolutely relentless there, and he's pretty much that tonight. Boy, he's covered some ground.
Break point for a 4-2 lead for the #1 player in the world. Is that the moment that breaks Fernando Verdasco? He throws his racket into the air.
Nadal leads 4-2.
Well, he gave it all in that game, and Nadal was able to answer at the point before, a couple of points ago, where he just defended so well. And in that last point, he gets this one back, and that was just sheer power. And then Verdasco tries to hit it harder and goes a couple of meters long. And that's what he thought about it all.
The right way.
Well, with both of them, that's their favourite shot. And as soon as he plays this, you know, Verdasco moved into that corner. Nadal didn't see him go, and this was just easy pickings. He just had to set himself. Could have driven a Mack truck down there. And he did. A bit of frustration now, trying to finish the points pretty quickly. He has to attack. We've said that he's got to attack, but he's got to do it when he's still playing really within himself, not trying to go for too much.
Bit of concern on Dad's face now. The momentum has changed.
30-15.
Rafa starting to make those shots. 26 winners for Nadal, 57 winners for Verdasco.
Not bad, is it?
Incredible. Verdasco, Fred, has already had 6 more winners in this match than he had in 5 sets against Andy Murray. And we're only in set number 3 here. That's the way he had to do it, though. From the word go, he knew that he had to come out and be adventurous.
Point number 4. There's very few of them.
That's good enough. What a fighter this man is. Back-to-back breaks for the 2nd time in the 3rd set.
Nadal leads 4-3.
That's quite an incredible effort, because some of the strokes there, that last one, the depth and pace of shot throughout this match has been just mind-boggling. And when this one, watch what Nadal does when this one lands in the corner. He looks up to Uncle Tony. There it is. Says, you know, what is going on here? What do I have to do?
Perfect.
And then he just dropped the ball. He's got to go back and do it all again.
In contrast, Fernando looks to his dad, his friend Claudio, in the box and says, continue to believe. He's got that gesture, that hand gesture. I'll have to know what it means, but it's been used a lot throughout these championships.
That's the reaction from Nadal. He just couldn't believe it.
Time.
To be quite honest, I don't think half the people here, they were looking for the fact that he got the service break. And you think that he's starting to look maybe a little weary, and he comes back with a couple in that game. To lose the game, he was overhit a couple. But to break back, he measured everything and played really within himself. This one's got a long way to go yet. And everybody is still here. It's 11:15 local time. 2 hours and 53 minutes. Transportation stops at midnight.
I'll do what I did last year, Fred. I'll give you a lift home. Don't worry.
Thanks, Pete. This stuff, you can watch this all night.
Love 15.
You don't see too many of these in your lifetime. Quality matches such as this.
$15.
Both ways. Did an out ball, and did he ever make sure of it?
30-15.
Once more, the question is posed of Fernando Verdasco. Rafa saying, what have you got left? Just when you think there's not much left, he's proven every time. Still plenty of gas in the tank.
Again, takes it to his man. He's got him on the back foot. Once you can keep him back there in the defensive mode and give him time, he's in a pretty good position.
How did that get over the net, he says. How did it? And there's There's Hawkeye telling us how much it got over the net by millimetres.
He's done some road work.
Advantage Verdasco.
Verdasco's had him on the ropes. He's poked up lobs and sliced backhands.
Number 14 seed once again in a bit of bother. Somehow finds his way out of it to level up at 4-all. If you could measure a percentage of time that Nadal has been defending tonight, Fred, I reckon it'd be up 65, 70%.
I believe that also. Well, that just shows also in the, we talked about the unforced errors in the winners. He's at 60 winners, Verdasco, 27 for Nadal, and it's all to settle. He's at 45 unforced errors, and Nadal at 14. That's the way he has to play. He's got to give it a roll, exactly the same as we talked about earlier with the Zonga last year at this stage. Get in rallies with Nadal with the heavy topspin, you run second a lot of times.
We got 2 results in the semis last year that freshened the Australian Open up, but they weren't 2 great semis. Last night was very good. This has been exceptional.
Oh.
30-15.
That's that shot that you've talked about a few times where the ball's leaving him all the time and somehow he's able to
get around the outside.
Yeah, yep. Incredible. Match has just ticked into its 4th hour.
Nadal.
Rafa continues to keep his nose in front in
Nadal
this 3rd set.
Well, the ball kids are bringing in rackets and taking out rackets. There've been about 3 or 4 restrings so far in this match. And there's a ball change coming about now, but as you mentioned, he's got that 1 game in front. And with new balls, it'll be interesting to see here if Verdasco can keep going. He's been remarkable for the match, 73% the way he's been serving, and Nadal at 74. It's just been an unbelievable performance all round, whether you talk about winners, whether you talk about service percentages, net play, defensive stuff. And there's only 5 points within it now. Well, we're in it, and Verdasco's 115 points to Nadal's 110. And we've still got another set and a half to go.
At least. On the score of fitness, this man won't lack anything. Looks like the guy at the other end doesn't lack too much in that department either, but
it looked as though he might have been fading away, but I think he's still in pretty good shape. The one thing that he has started to do is go for broke a little bit more, I think, trying to finish the points a little quicker. And that worked for him when he broke back. And we'll see how it goes in this game.
He looks better now. There's a better look on his face. There's a bit more spring in his step as he walked up to the line as well. So perhaps he's just gone through that little trough.
Got the second wind.
Yeah, come out the other side.
$15.
Nadal drenched in sweat. Still warm in Melbourne after a scorching day.
$30.
Still 24 degrees in Melbourne after a high of around 45.
Brilliant play from Nadal. He set his man up there beautifully with a few sliced backhands and anticipated this big backhand. This one here down the line. And look at the court. When you got that topspin forehand running away from you, it's a tough one to chase down.
Huge point here. Verdasco, what he wouldn't give for a good first serve. He's had so many of those throughout this match.
Got it. Varied his serve very well tonight. On another occasion right there. That one only 179k. Right on the paint. So it skids away.
Nadal knew that there was a little opening for him. Just when you think he's on the ropes, out he comes to centre ring again and resumes the battle.
15 love.
Verdasco playing in his 23rd consecutive Grand Slam. Rafael Nadal playing in just his 20th Grand Slam event.
Verdasco was a junior, a very brilliant junior. Didn't come through with the goods from that point on. He's obviously playing his best tennis now. He's 25 years of age. Nadal 22. But a beautiful stroke maker, and things didn't go right for him in his early years. Verdasco, he used to go away very quickly. This is a little bit of frustration now. That's not playing within yourself. That's trying to go for that little bit too much. That's a big difference, but a very slight controlled aggression is what he's used most of the evening.
Second double fault of the match from Nadal. And Verdasco still hasn't transgressed. That's in 126 service points for Fernando Verdasco.
Oh.
What a way to bring that up.
Been 5 metres beyond the baseline at an angle like that. Too good.
So it's going to be minimum tie break in the third set from Rafael Nadal's point of view.
Well, the winners keep flowing from both rackets, and to play a match like this and hit more winners than unforced errors, with the way these boys are going at it, the pace of shot, the depth, and it's just quite incredible the way they've gone about things, and they continue to do so. Nobody's sort of slacked off, or nobody's looks as though they're getting weary at this stage, and it's, what are we, 3 hours and 11 minutes into it? It's a very physical match. We knew it was going to be that way right from the start, but you didn't think it was going to be this physical. This is quite extraordinary.
Time.
Fernando Verdasco was unexpectedly broken in the 10th game to end the second set. Rafael Nadal will be looking to do a similar thing here, with the advantage of having served first in the third set. But remember, there have been back-to-back breaks on 2 occasions. Nadal can afford to have a bit of a free swing if he gets a look at anything here, because the worst that's going to happen is that the third set will go to a tie-break. They fight it out to see who's going to battle Roger Federer in the Australian Open final in 48 hours.
Doesn't get any easier, does it?
No. I think Roger would be enjoying this, although what he wouldn't be enjoying is that whoever he meets on Sunday night is going to be at the top of his game, because this has been one exceptional match. New balls for Verdasco.
Well, he's answering a few questions right now, isn't he? Verdasco. New balls and away they go.
Nets for six.
Had that one too.
Shots.
Took all the pace off that. 136. Big change up.
It's probably his slowest serve of the night. That's when you just have a crack at one at 40 love. If it goes in, it keeps you in the game and something can happen. That was a huge swing from Nadal. 40 love. Got it, may keep him in the game.
40-30.
This one tries to take the pace off it and just a little slow roller. He hasn't tried that at all tonight.
So does he go for pace or placement here? Pace. And plenty of it. 2-11. And for the second time in the semi-final, we're going to have a set decided by the tie-break.
Both players receive one additional challenge.
What a huge serve that is after 3 hours and 15 minutes. Dad's pretty happy with that. Here's his buddy. He's on his feet. This is Russian roulette to see who leads 2-1.
One of the turning points of that first set, of course, a little bit of luck when Verdasco got the dead net cord to bring up all those set points. After all the skill and courage that they've shown, an ounce of luck could count for just as much here.
Dropped it a little short here from way behind the baseline. And Verdasco's playing a little closer to the baseline and just let that one rip. Beautiful full swing, round about chest high, over the top of it. Controlled aggression wins that one.
He went down the mini break in the first set tie break and was able to recover.
3-1 Nadal. Nadal.
Just what Nadal had to do with his 2 serves. It's non-negotiable here. He must win these 2 points. Some of the crowd quoting the famous ABBA song. I've spoken about Fernando before these championships. You might have got Gonzalez, but you probably would have got the ABBA song. But now a new Fernando all of a sudden has jumped into the spotlight. And he's won a few over with his performance tonight.
Well, he can challenge this if he so desires. No. He decided that the call from Jack Barnett was good. So they're going to replay the point. Two in that rally to go back to the forehand, so he's hurting a little bit now. Verdasco, that one's wide.
So it's on Nadal's racket. Uncle Tony can almost reach out and touch at 2-1 lead.
Boy, he jumped onto that in a hurry, and that's as big a forehand as he hit all night. Got the short reply, and the feet were there, and the racket had worked. He's got a fistful of set points now.
Assumed control of this match for a little while now. Now it's official. It's 2-1. Nadal 1 set away from a clash again with Roger Federer.
Can I go to the toilet, please? Excuse me. Excuse me, can I go to the toilet?
And how polite is he? He said to Jake Garner, excuse me.
He'll go to the bathroom. So he's left now. This young fellow's got something to contemplate now. The hair hasn't moved, though.
Could this break him, Fred, when he sits back and thinks, I can't play much better than this and I'm 2 sets to 1 down?
Well, he can't, but it's, you know, he's barely 2 sets to 1 down, isn't he? Have a look at the third set summary. Nadal 63%, Verdasco still an enormous 70% of first serves in. Aces, he's still hit twice as many winners as Nadal, but he's also, what's that, 3 times as many errors, 3.5 times many errors, but he has to keep going for his shots. And if he loses, well, the other man at the other end of the court is just too darn good. But if he wants to stay in the points and just play, he's going to run second. Every time he has a crack at it, he either comes up with a winner or an unforced error. But I think he's played a phenomenal match so far, Verdasco. He's not out of it. Just depends again the first few games here. If he can stay in there, he was down a break in that set, came back, broke back, and made a match of it. And again, highlights of this third set. Quite remarkable. This one, that got the break. And then with the next game, Verdasco just comes back with this one, and that got the break back. That's quite remarkable. It's ebb and flow as they've gone through the entire match, and it's just been precision and just remarkable stroke production from both ends of the court. And both have got to be in great physical shape, because this one's 3 hours and 25 minutes old now. And it's just good tennis, as good as a final, and it's a semi-final.
Well, everyone has just been entranced here in Rod Laver Arena. The 15,000 crowd inside the stadium, and those outside watching on the big screen just as captivated. So it has been a match where you just don't want to move from wherever you're watching, whether it's in the seat here or on the grass out there, because you never know what's going to happen next.
That's as many people as we've seen in Garden Square for the last 3 days. Because it's down to, what, 26 degrees now. It's been 44, 43, 44 the last couple of days. They haven't been hanging around there too much at all.
You couldn't. It was just simply too hot, and this action has been as hot as you could wish for in a semi-final of a Grand Slam. And a telling stat regarding Verdasco, just having a look at his winners to unforced errors, which we've been talking about all the way through the match. In the first set, winners to unforced errors was +5. Second set, winners to unforced errors was +10. The third set, in the same category, it was -1. So he made more unforced errors than winners in that third set for the first time. So is the graph heading downwards for Fernando Verdasco? We know that he's going to fight it out, but maybe
Fourth set, Verdasco to serve.
Given the fact that he's thrown everything he could at Nadal and finds himself 2 sets to 1 down, might just play on his mind as well.
God has to play in his mind. He knows that he's never beaten Nadal, and this has been his best chance, and he's been very, very close. But to do it, he came back from 2 sets to 1 down against Andy Murray.
15 love.
But this is a much more physical match than that. In that match, Murray he casually lopes around the court and doesn't move as well. Well, he probably does move as well as Nadal, but different type of player. Where he hit that one from again, meters out. That's because there wasn't much on that serve, and Nadal picked it, and he didn't get the angle.
Only 166, that one.
First 3 or 4 games again here.
30,
that's a big serve.
That was 207, his quickest of the match, 219.
207 out wide, though. That's,
yeah.
You know, if he's got that one down the line, he gets a little bit extra on that. There, that's about the difference. That one's 214 down the middle of the court.
That was quick as well. So a very good opening service game for Fernando Verdasco, dropping just the 1 point. Fred Stolle was talking about that match against Andy Murray, that 5-set match. It went 3 hours and 12 minutes. We've just begun the 4th set of this match at 3 hours and 28 minutes. I've been told that medical personnel are in the tunnel at the moment, so perhaps we might see some action in the next sit down. Maybe they've just come from the room to have a look at this. Wouldn't blame them.
They've got the ball kids along the side of the court there. That's one thing they do here. They allow the ball kids when they're not working to enjoy watching their favourites, their idols, role models. Double fault.
Love 15.
And that is the most double faults that Nadal has served in a match at the Australian Open this year. And it's up to 3.
Love 30.
Oh.
You think that was a love 30 shot?
15-10.
Big game, this opening game of this service game from Nadal. As I said, they've got to stay with one another for the first few games here.
Game Nadal. One game off.
So just 174k out wide. Both of them had a lot of success with that slider.
Nadal's quickest serve of the match is 201 kilometres an hour, and that came in his first service game.
Love 15.
Walking a little gingerly there back to the baseline, and first point of the game. And we have mentioned there's a doctor in the tunnel, whether that is for one of the players, we'll see momentarily.
And just to even on that last point of the first game, Fred. He seemed to just look at his foot, maybe his right foot.
A little bit of a limp.
Another one of those bogong moths.
Yeah. That one might be
15-30.
a very heavy straw on the camel's back, this one, I think, because this is a brilliant shot. But Nadal is there. Look at the topspin that comes over there, and Verdasco not even able to make a move.
Not much margin for error there.
30 all.
That's good.
The answer's with 2:16.
That's the toe. That's the toe that is just seen pushing both feet together there. He's in a bit of pain, I would think. We'll see.
Hopefully it won't impact on the outcome of this match. It would be a shame if it did have any factor to play in a match that has been so brilliant up to this stage.
Again, great wheels from Nadal from meters behind, but makes no mistake, and Nadal backing off that just in case it came in his direction.
That would have been by far his quickest of the night had that one gone in.
He knows the importance of this game, early stages of the set.
Claudio looks concerned. Dad on his left, also a little worried, and well he might be.
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Backing behind his man. Nadal was tracking across to the forehand. He knew he'd opened up the court. Slows this one up. And then he knows he's opened up the court there. Nadal down the middle, and he's got to go for the forehand wing. And the one behind him beats him. Oh,
So Verdasco holds on, and we are on serve. Will we see some action? We are going to see some action on Fernando Verdasco here in the sit-down.
Just the change, huh? Just the change.
Left foot is the problem, or left leg. I wouldn't blame him for feeling tight. Even watching this match, feel as though you might be getting a bit tight here.
Oh boy.
272 points in the match so far, and there's only been a difference of 4 points. Verdasco having one more.
All right, Paul. Time.
Attention then to the left leg of Fernando Verdasco, but no medical timeout called, although the health provider, the healthcare provider, has stayed at courtside and may be needed during the next sit down. How much has he got left? The burden is on Rafael Nadal, of course, to catch up, because Verdasco served first in this fourth set. Local time heading up to 25 minutes to midnight on Friday night. The match has been going 3 hours and 40 minutes. And what a match it's been. It might be stage number 6 in the championships, but it would be worthy of the 7th match, the final. It's been magnificent so far. He's definitely feeling it.
15 knots.
See a little hop there. He's perhaps half a pace to a pace slower getting to the ground balls. Is this the moment?
$30.
No doubt he's not moving anywhere near as freely as he was.
He didn't give much of an effort to run for that one. Opens up the court. Yeah, a little bit of a limp.
Love going for Rafael Nadal, and it was pretty elementary for him. He's got a wounded opponent at the other end, and the grimace on his face says it all, but Fred, at this stage, Rafa can't afford to be thinking about that.
No, he won't either. It's tough if he realises his friend is wounded, his opponent, but Semi-final of a Grand Slam. He won't change anything, and neither he should. He'll just make him work harder. So if that's the case now,
15 love.
Verdasco really has to finish the points quickly if he's not moving that well. Got to go for broke even more.
Almost over amongst the ball kids that Fred was talking about watching this match.
Marvel's got a couple of good first serves will do for your walk, though.
40 love.
Stride back there. Give me the ball. Give me the ball. No, stride back there. There's no limp there now. Up to the beautiful motion on the serve.
Again, Verdasco.
Verdasco comes up with a love game of his own. The trainer is still there. There's going to be some more attention during the sit-down, but Verdasco on serve leads 3-2. Just some signs of frustration from Verdasco there as he walked to the chair. He was slapping his thigh. I don't know whether that was encouragement or frustration, but it's the left shin by the look of it, Fred.
Shin or calf or all of it.
Yeah.
Try to just tighten it up. So this is the part of the game I don't agree with. And, they've had a lot of discussion these 2 weeks. This is part of your physical ability to be fit enough to play. And whether it's cramp or muscle strain, if it's an injury and it's the shoulder or you've got a pulled stomach muscle, or that's a little different. We've got the seagulls coming in here now. It's the first time we've seen that.
Well, we're going to see that on the court down at the end. Oh, and just chased away by one of the ball kids.
But this is the part of Grand Slam tennis that I feel they've called time, so there's no 3-minute timeout. But this is the part that should, in my mind, be included in the physical part of the sport. And if you cramp up, then you're out of there. And that's the way it used to be. Now they can bring in. I go back to the Hewitt match at the start. I just feel that Gonzalez in that match won that match really because of the fact that he came out, had a massage on his legs halfway through the 5th set. And you know that when that happens, you can play for at least another 20 minutes if someone comes to give you a 3-minute massage. So he's had a couple of rub downs on the leg, which will certainly loosen things up and help. But you can't blame the player because the rule is there, and if they use it, well and good. But if the rule has to be changed, in my mind, and a lot of the players agree with it. Federer's come out and made statements about it this week. It's all part and parcel of being fit enough to play 5 sets. They only do that in the Grand Slams. Throughout the year, they only play best of 3 sets. finish things very quickly, finish the points quickly.
15 love.
Beautiful overhead here at full stretch.
Pushed it.
15 all.
Nadal making him do more work now. He played a little drop shot there. Another remarkable effort from both players here. Nadal in there, but he finishes this one off. Nadal thinking he's going to get another shot at it, but just pace of shot from Verdasco. He's still in there.
A good sign from Verdasco. We just saw it on that replay. But rather than worrying about the injury, which is afflicting him at the moment, he was just roaring himself on.
Another brilliant shot here to bring this one back. Look at the angle created there with that top spin.
He's not going to go away. Injured or not, Fernando Verdasco, 4-3 in the fourth set on serve.
Verdasco leads 4 games to 3.
No, it's okay. If I feel worse, I take it.
Well, there he says, if I feel worse, I take it, but he's okay at the moment.
Quickly here in Melbourne, but it's certainly not what you'd call a cool night.
Well, not with the way these fellas have been running around. They're not, really, we think they would be cool.
Time.
Well, they've just played their 290th point in a match that's going up towards 4 hours now, 3 hours 53. Such an intriguing contest. There was a time at the start of the third set where that face was contorted and Lucasari was really beginning to fatigue. As it turns out, he dropped the third set. There's been 2 tie-break sets so far. The second set was just the one break of serve right at the very end. It's been an amazing struggle. New balls, Nadal serving 3-4.
15 love.
Now, Peter, you live here in Melbourne.
I do.
Tell me public transportation finishes at 12 o'clock. It's now 12:15. What are these 14,000 people? How do they get home?
We've organised a mass walk tonight, Fred.
Oh, that's brilliant. Boy, he's going for break now. He's got to finish the points in a hurry.
15 all.
He does not want to go away. If he is injured, it's not showing at the moment. He said the last changeover it was okay. If it got worse, he would ask the trainer to come back on.
30-15.
The authorities have been very good in keeping the trams going on until after play.
Oh, have they? Well, how about the trains?
That's a problem.
Trains haven't been going too well the last 3 days during the day, let alone the night. Many cancellations.
Yeah, the problem's been with the heat here in Melbourne. Tracks are buckling. Neither of these players have, though.
That's just pace of shot again off the return.
30 all.
Champions excel on the big points. Nadal has done it several times tonight. Verdasco might know, probably does, that this could be his best chance in the fourth set. There you go. How many times does it happen?
40-30.
Ace number 12.
They stand at Melbourne Park. How the heck did he do that?
Well, that's going to go down on any highlight reel in any tennis coverage anywhere in the world, that point.
And they're still standing and applauding, and well they might. We need to have a look at the replay to see what he did there. That was incredible.
They'll play this thing all weekend.
For Gonzalez.
Hits this as hard as he can hit it, and that came back.
And even before that, he'd nearly fallen over in the middle of that point.
Just a wry smile from Nadal. But Verdasco was a grin from ear to ear. He couldn't believe it. Look at this.
Let's take a breath.
Long.
Players, for the most part, have been happy to accept Jake Garner's verdict.
15
$217K, that serve. He's not going away. He's walking better, moving better.
Just keeps on getting better. This is some match.
4 hours of magic as we speak. The clock's ticked over to 4 hours in this one. It's had a bit of everything in it, folks. And I hope you're enjoying it as much as we are here. This crowd here, magnificent. They haven't moved
for the highlights reel. Fernando Verdasco has the advantage, and Nadal will need to serve to keep the fourth set going. Well, Fred, over the past few years I've been involved in some of the matches here at the Australian Open. They produce DVDs of classic matches, and I reckon they're getting the DVD ready right now of this one.
I don't think it's going to be a long DVD. 4 hours here. It'll be the longest movie we've seen for a while. But it's better than the Australian, or Australia, the movie. That's 3 hours and 45 minutes. Go and see it, though. It's a good one. But here, doesn't get any better than this. We've talked about this as quality tennis. It could be a final. The folks here, I've never seen a crowd this large just stay. There's no empty seats.
And there couldn't be, really. If you're not satisfied with this, you couldn't be satisfied with anything.
That's the replay of that other point at ground level. It was absolutely remarkable. And Nadal still jogging around the court just to let Verdasco say, now Verdasco goes for a jog.
They might be good friends, but there's a few mind games going on out there at the moment, each trying to show the other that they're still fresh.
A little bit of the alley shuffle from Verdasco. Here we go.
Nadal serving to keep this fourth set going.
Cinderella clock just about to strike midnight.
Don't think even Cinderella will be going home after this one. But certainly not before it finishes anyway.
Well, as he's done all night, he had to take the risk.
He's trying to convince Nadal that he's fresh, and he's probably trying to convince himself he's fresh as well.
Rafael Nadal.
Once more, Verdasco gets himself into a position where he had a bit of a look at 30 all. And yet
5
again,
games on.
Rafa answers.
5 all. Maybe another tiebreaker.
Who would you fancy in a tiebreak?
Toss a coin at the moment.
Yeah. Might be a good time to remind you too that if we do get to 5 sets, it's advantage. Won't be a tiebreak in the 5th set. As Fred said a couple of hours ago now, we could be here for a while.
I joked with people earlier today because the program today started at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And I said, you know, it's going to be a long night. It could go till 10. And they thought, you know, that's a long day. Everybody was here at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We had a men's doubles and a mixed doubles, and now this semi-final.
That is his first double fault for the match. And that was the 166th point that he served. Reasonable answer.
16 aces, 82 winners.
Fernando Verdasco, and this time it's he who will at worst get the tie-break in the 4th set.
6 games to 5.
Well, there's not many more things we can say about this match, Pete. I think we've
run out of superlatives, I think, Fred.
It's just been fabulous. Verdasco still wants more.
Claudio's still got a bit of energy, but Dad has been impassive on the outside anyway for most of the match. That is Jose, Fernando's father. And that's a tough spot to be in, watching, knowing you can't do anything about it, but just having to go along for the ride. What a ride it's been.
Time.
You think Dad picked a good trip to come on?
Well,
he's been a finalist in Brisbane. Come down here, he's had a look around, and he sees one of the most unbelievable matches that we've had here at the Australian Open.
Yeah.
And his son's in it.
I think he's a very proud man at the moment. He'll be proud at the end, whether his son wins or loses.
Exactly, he should be.
The crowd have taken him to their heart. Even though he did participate in Spain's Davis Cup victory, not many of the Australian crowd would have been too familiar with him before this match. He played his second match out on court 6. Now he's in the spotlight.
Well, they all know the record also going into this. He'd taken but one set in 6 matches. And the other 5 matches weren't even close. They were all 6-2, 6-3. He got to 6-4 in a couple of them. Nothing like this.
Unbelievable numbers. We've already had 2 tie-break sets in this epic semi-final.
Net first serve.
Going to have a third. So get the seat belts out.
6 games all, 4th set, tiebreak. Both players receive 1 additional challenge.
If you've got something strong to drink, be it coffee or something maybe even a little stronger than that, it might be a good idea to take a sip of it now. Are we going to 5, or can Rafa get the business done here? Another magnificent point. How long can they keep doing this?
It's mind-boggling stuff. Really, the angle that he got off that. Both players talk about physical condition, and we said this would be physical, but the angle there, and Nadal got to it, and then back in behind him, Claudio's. There goes that hand signal again. And Dad's happy. Well, he did it against Murray. Can he do it against the #1 player in the world?
Both times in the other 2 tie breaks, it's been Nadal who's got the early advantage. Not so in set 4.
Unreal forehand this at 2 love when he's going for broke and he finds the line again.
Forehand winner number 31, total winner number 85.
222, that one just missed, hit the tape.
Involved in this match, like there was an Australian playing here. Their emotions have ebbed and flowed just like the players, and some of them standing.
Well, if he wins this, there'll be another standing ovation if he wins this set. There's a reaction. He's got 4-zip in the tiebreaker and 2 points on serve.
Saw this coming in the tie break. 5 sets looks a formality now. And then it's going to be Verdasco who will take the first impetus into the last set. No joy on the face of Uncle Tony.
Net for serve.
Verdasco hitting the ball with the pace as though it was the second or third game of the match. And he stands on the brink of a 4th set tie-break whitewash.
Uncle Tony sweat that much, he's got to take his jacket off. Maybe he had the jacket off when he won the second and third sets, but what a remarkable tiebreaker this has been, because Verdasco has just opened his shoulders on everything, and they've all gone in.
He runs to the other end of the court, something he's been very insistent on doing throughout this set, to show Nadal just how much there is left. It wouldn't really matter whether it's 7-zip or 7-1 or 7-2, but it might just be a psychological thing if he can whitewash him in this tie-break. He tried it.
6-1.
Well, that's not a bad average. He's clocked 7 of them and he's hit 6 in, so that's pretty good. Pin drop now before this point starts. Everybody on their feet. Standing ovation after set number 4.
Who will it be to face Roger Federer on Sunday night? We're still, after almost 4.5 hours, none the wiser.
But the problem is quite a few of these people have to go. They just have to leave. And it must be killing them to leave here at two sets apiece, not know the result.
hopefully, as Fernando Verdasco goes for a toilet break, hopefully they live somewhere nearby so that they can get to a television and at least see the end on TV. But if you had the opportunity of being in this stadium and soaking in the atmosphere in this match, you wouldn't leave. Not for all the tea in China. What about the stats, Fred, in set number 4?
Well, again, look at Nadal, 80% in that, and he lost it. 80% first serves in, and he lost it. Verdasco kept going after everything as he's had to do. 21 winners to 9 unforced errors for Verdasco, and this was one of them. This little drop shot, the highlights from here. Just a quite, well, it's quite an amazing match, and that one there, this sets him up in the tie break. Another one in the tie. That's the 4th one he's gone for. And here, little drop volley. And that is a brilliant tiebreaker. That's as good a tiebreaker as I've ever seen for clean hitting and outright winners. And he's wasting a lot of energy here, banging his heart. He needs to probably save a bit of that for the 5th set, because Nadal is not going to go away either. Verdasco, look at him, he's jogging back on the court from the bathroom break. Is he fit? He's been out in the desert with Agassi's strength coach, and Gil Reyes has done a super job for him. I'm sure he's watching this, as is Agassi.
Wherever you happen to be watching around the world, we hope you are enjoying it. If you're not, then you're very hard to please. It's 12:15 a.m. in Melbourne, and we're about to start the 5th set, an advantage 5th set. Fernando Verdasco was involved in a glorious moment for his country when he helped Spain to win the Davis Cup last year. His fellow Spaniard at the other end of the court wasn't there for the final, but helped him along the way. But individually, this is the moment of his career. Fernando Verdasco and Rafael Nadal about to slug it out for 1 set to see who's going to lock horns with Federer on Sunday. Bit of a statement in that first point, I think, from Nadal.
15-0.
Hasn't been the net on too many occasions, Nadal. Nadal's been into the net 18 times in this entire match. Verdasco 46.
And still the crowd stays on. Just a few empty seats dotted around the stadium at the moment. You'd only go from this if you really, really had to.
First game, final sets.
First game of this final set to Nadal. So he has the advantage of serving first.
The longest ever match at the Australian Open went 5 hours and 11 minutes. It was in 1991. Boris Becker defeated Omar Camporese 23-21 in the 5th set. We're at 4 hours 26 here.
So we've got to go about another 45 minutes. So the average time of sets has been what? We've got
First set went 1 hour 15. Second set went 49 minutes. Third set went 1 hour 19.
well, we're just about going to make that then, aren't we? And it's in.
3 for the points.
And the fourth set went 57 minutes.
About 15.
Clearly out.
Love 30.
Again from about 3 meters wide of the tram lines.
Yep. He's done this all night. He's missed a few, but boy, he's made some important points. I might challenge on that one.
Nadal
saw it long.
called it straight away.
No, on this one, I'm sure.
Good positive call from Jake Garnett. Those keen watchers of the Australian Open, Fred, might be thinking that we actually played the longest match in Australian Open history earlier in this championship. I think it was a match involving Feliciano Lopez, but there was a mistake with the timing on that one. They had it down originally as about 5 hours 30, but it was in fact about 4.5 hours. It was a mere sprint.
Every time these guys hit the forehand, you think their arm's going to
30 all.
fall out of its socket, just the way they go about their shot. Haven't eased off the pedal all the way through. It's just
Big point that might be.
30-40.
their career 5-set record. Nadal's won 10 and lost 3. And Verdasco has won 8 and lost 5. Verdasco has won 5 of his last 6 5-setters, and that just is because of his fitness and his mental attitude, which looked as though it was going to fall away for a while until this last set. The frustration there from Nadal, that miss. It was a break point.
He went for it and teed up another break point.
Advantage Nadal.
The only one of those 6 matches that Fred was talking about, 5-set matches that Verdasco has lost, was to Mario Ancic in the round of 16 at Wimbledon, and he lost that 13-11 in the 5th set. So he doesn't go down without a fight.
Well, his serve is held up tonight, Verdasco. That one after 4.5 hours, that one at 215K.
Advantage Verdasco.
Very, very good hold. An important one for Fernando Verdasco. Down 2 break points.
1 game.
Verdasco's 5-set record recently is very good. Nadal has won 8 of his last 9 5-set matches. And the only one that he lost was to Roger Federer at Wimbledon in the final in 2007 of those last 9.
$15. $30.
For sure, I think Fernando probably want to roll up that net and take the net cord with him wherever he plays.
Well, he's starting to
40
a little
love.
bit again. It'll be interesting to see whether he gets the trainer. Good squash shot there, and that one made it over the net. Clipped the net, went over, and a simple drop volley. Well played there.
Yeah, Nadal.
So of the two at the start of this last set, just for the moment, Nadal looking a little more dangerous and a little more comfortable. He leads 2-1 on serve in the final set.
Nadal leads 2-1.
Nadal figures he's there for a while because he's sending more rackets out to get restrung. There's the dampener they put in for the string, so it stops the vibration from going up the arm. Both players still now with the ice packs. He's got the towel around the shoulders to stop him from getting cold. His choice of fruit instead of the banana, Verdasco has been the apple. He's had a few apples there tonight throughout this, so they played through the meal break.
So let's hope there's some restaurants open late.
Time.
This incredible story continues to unfold in the semi-final in Melbourne. If you're just joining us, we have been going for 4 hours and 38 minutes, and you have missed 4 hours and 38 minutes of magnificent entertainment, of wonderful tennis, of skill, of courage, and just about everything you want to see in sport at the top level. It has been wonderful.
Unless something very dramatic happens, Peter, we have to go past that 5 hour, 11 minutes.
You would think so.
It's 4:38 now, and the way they've been playing, the amount of time it's taken them to play sets, and we're only at 2-1 in this final set. But things can change in a hurry.
The match began at 6 minutes to 8 local time. We're now midnight.
15 love.
It's 216 out wide.
Love.
Nadal upping the ante again here. That's one thing to bring him in, but it's another one to pass him, and he's got plenty of time here, but you've got to make it. He picks his spot. Well executed. Serves keeping him in it as much as anything else. Remarkable. 71% for the match.
In any given set, the lowest that he's been is 70%. That's not bad.
He's at 90 winners. He's got to get to 100. 90 winners and 63 unforced errors. 46 winners for Nadal, 22 unforced errors.
And he's just come up with his quickest serve of the match at 222 kilometres an hour. This is incredible. Is there any risk, Fred, that the winner of this has played their final one match too early, going in against Federer?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, obviously, it's a physical match, and we predicted that. But they have a day off, and as we've seen, both these boys very, very fit.
Net first service.
But I'm sure Roger Federer is not feeling any pain watching this. I wouldn't think he'd be watching this at 12:30 if he's got a final to play in a day or so. But
net first serve.
that's in. Called wide. There might be a
Nadal
challenge
is
there.
challenging the call on the left near sideline. The ball was called out.
Verdasco's hand went straight in the air.
Yeah. It's out.
15-all. Nadal has 2 challenges remaining.
At this stage of the match, those points are like gold. Conserve a bit of energy.
$40-15. Nadal.
The only real problem on serve has been on Verdasco's serve in the second game. Otherwise, it's been comfortable holds here in the final set. What are we up to now, Fred? 351 points. And there's 3 the difference.
3 points the difference after 4 hours and 45 minutes.
Fernando's gone back to the ice pack, and a combination of the ice pack and a towel. Trams are going to shuttle people into the city until an hour after play. They might be going in for breakfast at this rate.
I said the train service was going to finish at midnight, part of that water taxi service still in, night rider bus service. They're letting people know everything.
Nadal's first out, up and moving, jogging down to his end of the court. Verdasco takes a little longer. Nadal with the psychological advantage, I guess, of getting on the board first if he can hold his serve, and he's managed to do that 3 times so far in this deciding set.
15 love.
3 challenges, 3 successful challenges, or 3, you can have 103 successful challenges, but 3 challenges up until 6 all, and then they will reset if we get that far.
Nadal again, look how far behind the baseline he is, tracking this down. That's where he's been all night. When Verdasco's been in on song, he's pinned him way behind the baseline. In a situation here where lightning can strike in a hurry, big time. Footwork a little sluggish on that point. Did well to get out of the way of one of them, Verdasco, and then the last backhand. Let's see if it tells us anything here.
Oh no, his second of the match.
Well, his first serve percentages are down to as low as they've been. First serve percentages now for Verdasco in this set are down to 60%. That's as low as he's been all match. So maybe a little weary, and this is a break point.
He's come up with sometimes a thunderbolt serve, sometimes one with the most exquisite placement.
221. That's the answer to the break point. His fastest of the evening has been 222.
And that was in his previous service game. It's getting quicker as the match is going on.
Advantage Verdasco.
Frustration from Rafa. He'll have a look at
Verdasco's challenging the call on the left service line. The ball was called out.
Nadal called it straight away. He might need to be lucky here. And Rafa's domain most of the night.
Second set.
That's got the good calls from Hawkeye. Fernando's got the good let chords. Again, he's gone for the hook to find lead.
Verdasco.
3 games apiece.
3 games on.
How significant will that break point it wasn't taken by Rafael Nadal. He's now created 15 break points in this match and won 3 of them. Verdasco has a much better percentage than that. He's created 4, won 2.
Net first serve.
This is how close it's been. 4 hours and 53 minutes, closing in on 5 hours. First serve percentage is 1. First serve is 72% for the match for Nadal, 70% for Verdasco. Second serve points 1, 60% for Nadal, 59% for Verdasco. Couldn't be any closer all the way around.
There's only one really lopsided statistic amongst the whole lot of them, Fred, and that's the total winners. Well, the unforced errors as well. It's 91 winners to 49 for Verdasco. Yeah. And the unforced errors, Verdasco's made 66. That was always going to be the case because he's gone for everything. Nadal's made just 24 to this stage of the match.
Seventh game of the match, 7th game of the 5th set.
Well, you can say that Nadal is holding his serve a lot easier than Verdasco, but that doesn't count for anything because Verdasco's holding it. 4-3, final set. So we're now just 16 minutes away from this becoming the equal longest match in Australian Open history. And it's showing no signs of stopping because it's been just the most enthralling duel when you consider how many times players have been able to come up with something to hold their serve when they've been challenged. I wonder, Fred, if it's significant that Nadal is holding his serve a bit more comfortably. Is he saving up some vital energy by doing that?
Oh, it depends. You know, the adrenaline's flowing everywhere at the moment, but Nadal is serving first. He's got the game in front, and I would say at this stage he'd be favourite.
Time.
It's one of those matches where you don't want either guy to lose this. It's just been an exquisite match, and there's so many superlatives you can use, and you've got both of them there trying to give the other guy a little bit of the needle. Nadal's jogging out to the court again, and you'll find here we go. He's going to jog out there too, give it a bit of a skip, and the crowd, there we go. And after just closing in on 5 hours, that's just a remarkable performance from both athletes. As I say, there's not much more we can say in one of those magic matches.
Just imagine how captivating this is to the people of Spain just at the moment. The rest of the world's on the edge of their seat watching this too.
15 love.
Sheer adrenaline here. He's got time and he runs around this, but Nadal's there. He picks it. He knows where his opponent's going.
Just behind Fernando Verdasco there, you might be able to see the odd empty seat, but that's all there is, just an odd one or two here or there. The crowd has stayed spellbound. Not enough. He didn't do enough with the forehand down the middle of the court rather than near the line, and that allowed Nadal to stay the point this shot here, and that was not a good volley. That's a gimme as far as Nadal's concerned. He's all over that. Well, there have been a lot of important points in this match along the way of the 367 we've seen so far, but this is huge.
That makes it 184 points each. After all this time, this backhand finds the net.
One more point for Rafa, and he can serve for a place in the final.
Yes, he's better off to back away.
Wasn't going to stop him.
218k that serve, and then a couple of blistering forehands. So Verdasco now leads 185 points to 184. The big thing in this set is the serve percentage of Verdasco has gone off. 53% now in this final set. Just enough to let Nadal return serve a little better.
Verdasco's been able to see off 4 break points already in this set. Surely the law of averages is starting to come into play here.
Three for 17 on break points. Nadal, he would be disappointed with that. It's out.
Verdasco's ability to dig himself out of dangerous and volatile situations in this match has been absolutely remarkable. That one in at 212. For the second time in this set, in a single game, he sees off 2 break points. That's 5 for the set, and we're level again. We've now been going 5 hours and 4 minutes. First point of every game at this stage of the match important, especially when it goes against the server. Nadal showing signs of fatigue after that point.
Yep.
Well, he might.
Take his time. Sheer pace of shot is not letting Nadal get into any rhythm at all. He's just defending, trying to stay in the points here. Slice, he hasn't got time to play a two-hander off that.
He's believing. Nadal wants a first serve. His first serve percentage has been outstanding right throughout this match, 74%. He needs that to continue at this very moment. What a difference the first serve can make.
40-30.
Well, Uncle Tony's earning his money tonight. Uncle Tony being Rafa's coach since the time he was 4 and started him off hitting a few tennis balls.
Down love 30, Nadal digs deep for the umpteenth time in this match. And Verdasco is going to have to serve to keep it going in a moment.
Nadal leads 5-4.
And as we've mentioned before, if this continues, there is no tie-break in the 5th and decisive set here at the Australian Open. There is at the US Open, but not at Wimbledon or the French or the Australian. They play it out. The last point of this game from Nadal, and the forehand again deep in the corner.
Vamos. He's cried it out several times during this match. Uncle Tony at times must have thought that he would be able to just do it because of his class, but there's been plenty of class at the other end as well.
Time.
Well, it appears that we're going to be part of the longest match played here at the Australian Open. The longest one to date was 5 hours and 11 minutes, and we're at 5 hours and 9 minutes right now. And listen to this crowd. What a remarkable performance from these two fellows. And they're showing their appreciation, even though they may not be able to get home.
He's put up the performance of his life, Fernando Verdasco, tonight. Can he keep this thing going?
Has to be the longest rally of the match. And we've been out here for 5 hours and 11 minutes right now.
Love 15.
Just toe to toe, and they're still at it. 29 straight rally, the longest of the match. And here it is towards the end of the 5th set. Maybe not towards the end, who knows?
Net pursuit.
It's all too familiar, this scenario. So many times it seemed as though Nadal was going to be able to get on top. And so many times Verdasco's been able to answer back. Can he find it in himself to do it again just once more? tonight. These two men combined to take their nation to a famous victory in the Davis Cup. They've been great friends for quite a while now. They've put that aside for more than 5 hours tonight to produce one of the greatest matches the Australian Open has seen. Fred Stolle said it all before when he said it's just a pity that one of these guys has to lose. Will it be now? Not yet. Still match point.
Both players falling to the ground, one in absolute disbelief, the other one in relief.
Have a look at this, the great friends, the rivalry that they've had for more than 5 hours past the side, and listen to the acclamation.
He is the victor. He is the world number one. He is into the Australian Open final on Sunday night. He is Rafael Nadal.
It's going to be 1 versus 2. Nadal versus Federer, but what a fight he had to get there. Fernando Verdasco has played the match of his lifetime. Remember, he's been here 5 times before and he's never made it past the second round.
Unbelievable effort from both players there. 5 hours and 14 minutes, breaks the record. 2 Spanish left-handers get on the centre court out here, and there's 1 Spaniard through to the final. And this young man is standing ovation. He can stand tall. He can stand taller than he's 6'1". He's done a super job. He's brought this tournament alive. Came back against Andy Murray from 2 sets to 1 down, and he's nearly done it again tonight. And to serve a double fault, he has to be so disappointed. He fell to the court in despair as Rafael Nadal fell to the court in relief. And as he said, both great friends, they get up there, but all told, 95 winners Verdasco clocked up tonight in that match, and 76 unforced errors. 52 winners for Nadal, 25 unforced errors. You haven't seen a winning shot fest like that in tennis for many, many years, and you're not going to see it again.
And Fred, perhaps it was fitting that the final points tally was Rafael Nadal 193, Fernando Verdasco 192. That was about it at 10 past 1 in the morning after 5 hours and 14 minutes. That was an epic.
Oh, it's just one of those matches that, as we said, you don't want anybody to lose, but what a fight, and what has happened now, transpired, is that the Australian public here now are going to see another 1 versus 2, Nadal versus Federer, for the right to win the first of the Grand Slams in 2009.
Jim Courier to
Well, the last 1 versus 2 final we had in Melbourne was when Agassi defeated Kafelnikov in 2000, and before that it was when Agassi and Sampras met in 1995. All right, let's go back and have a look at these numbers that we've been talking about for the past 5 hours and more.
And this is the match summary. This is all told. Verdasco 69%, went off a little bit towards the end of that fifth set, and that I think made the difference. Rafael Nadal 74%, 20 aces there for Verdasco. But look at that, 95 winners against 52 winners, 76 unforced errors. But we said throughout the 5 hours it was Verdasco that took it to the #1 player in the world right from the get-go. He knew that's the way he had to play it. And the point score, as Peter mentioned, 193 to the winner, 192 to the runner-up. And what a final we look forward to when Nadal takes on Federer on Sunday.
And if it's half as good as the match that we've just seen, well, it is going to be something. And here are some of the match highlights, some of the most incredible points that we've seen. One particular point that Nadal won, as you said, Fred, they'll replay that over and over again, not only this week, but this year. It'll go down as one of the points of the year.
Almost definitely. And actually, there's a few points in this match that can go into that highlight reel as the best points of the year. We talk about having hot shots in tournaments. We've had a lot of them tonight, and not only with the weather the last few days. This was one of them here, that hook forehand down the line, and the reaction from both these boys as they went through. This is the point. He gets this back somehow, another one back into the corner, and then Nadal comes up with the winner. There's another, there's just so many of these great points in this 5 hours that you could spend just with winners. It would take you an hour to put the reel together.
Unbelievable stuff from both players for the entirety of the match. It really didn't at any stage go through what you would consider to be a lull.
That's the reactions of both men as they fell to the ground, one serving the double fault, the other one getting back. This is the final thrust here. This is the point. Again, back it comes into the corner, and Nadal comes through and wins the point.
Just extraordinary. And so one would come up with a great point, and then it would be the other. What an unfortunate thing that it had to end like that, but it was jubilation for Nadal supporters and crushing despair, I would think, for that man Fernando Verdasco and his father and his friend Claudio in the stands. But it was a great touch at the end to see them embrace after such a wonderful match. They might have been rivals tonight, but they're friends as of now again. And so that means that we are set up in Melbourne for a 1 versus 2 final. Rafael Nadal and Roger Federer will reprise that match at Wimbledon, the match that Fred Stolle said is the greatest tennis match that he's ever had the opportunity of calling. And that is coming up on Sunday night here in Melbourne Park. Rafael Nadal versus Roger Federer, 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. The festivities get underway. It's 8 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. And that is Sunday night, something to look forward to. All right, just before we go, let's recap on a championship that has been decided at Melbourne Park. The final stages of the women's doubles final, Serena and Venus versus Daniela Hantuchova and Aya Sugiyama. Let's join the closing stages of the action.
Rafa, we made you a sign. I have the same name as you. Rafa, oh my God.
Well, it's been a familiar sight over many years, hasn't it? Venus Williams and Serena with another trophy, and they share it as they do lots of things in their life. And Serena's going to be fighting for one more come later on today, because this is what's going to happen in the night session, day 13, a history-making occasion, Fred Stolle, because for the first time the women's final will be played at night.
And what a good one that should be. I picked Safina right from the get-go at the Hopman Cup, but I think the way we've seen Serena
you had lost one set before to Verdasco. Did you expect him to play this well tonight?
But it'll be a big hitting contest, as we all know.
To his match playing
but I think it might be the forehand
well,
of Safina
leading against Murray, against Songa, so against Stepanek.
And that is going to be followed by the men's doubles final, so a lot to look forward to tomorrow night, but we can't go without hearing from the man who has just thrilled us all by making it into the Australian Open final.
I think I didn't play bad,
Rafael
but was
Nadal
very
speaking with
tough
Brad
to
Gilbert
play
from the
aggressive
ESPN.
with one player like Fernando. No, he played all the time aggressive with the forehand. He served unbelievable, so was very tough. Yeah.
How do you feel physically, going into Sunday now?
I really don't know. No, gonna be for sure gonna be a little bit tough. Roger gonna have a little bit more advantage than me, so he's resting right now, and for sure he had 2 days off and one match of only 3 sets, so at the moment he's for sure the favorite, but I'm going to try my best for recover and for play my best on Sunday.
Well, how happy are you to be in your first final on the hard courts?
Yeah, for sure. It's a very, very important effort for me, being this final. Anyway, what happened on Sunday, I started the season, my best start of the season ever. So for sure, when you are playing for winning Grand Slam, it's too important for think about you if you are starting well the season or not. No, but anyway, I am happy for it.
I'm just going to say vamos and good luck on Sunday.
Thank you. Thanks.
Vamos indeed. What a moment as Rafael Nadal storms into his first Australian Open final in 5 hours and 14 minutes. Fred Stolle, we've been lucky to see a couple of magnificent matches over the past couple of years.
Most definitely, and this one's got to go down. I go back to Courier and Sampras back here a long time ago, and that was an epic, but this one had it all. Two good friends, just as Courier and Sampras were in those days, and they go through a match like this. Unfortunately, finishes on a double fault, but then you have Nadal say it all there. He's going to be a little tired, but he's going to come back and give it his shot and see if he can win another Grand Slam.
Well, you'll probably be a little tired later on today, but we're looking forward to coming back. So we'll see you, Fred, for the women's singles final between Serena Williams and Dinara Safina a little bit later on today.
Look forward to it.
Fred Stolle joining us, and thanks to all of our commentary team. We hope you've enjoyed that. If you didn't enjoy that match tonight, well, you're a pretty hard person to please. It's going to be Rafael Nadal and Roger Federer on Sunday night. Later on tonight here in Melbourne, Serena Williams against Dinara Safina for the women's singles crown. We'll see you then. For now, Peter Donegan saying farewell from Melbourne.